Yo, 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 what is up, chat? Welcome in, everybody. We're back, baby. Oh, hi, Willow. I just realized that. Wait, that's crazy. Oops. Let me, let me hop out real quick. Yo, sorry about that. Oh, that's so funny. Hi, Willow. Welcome in. I'm not gonna lie, I've been running around so much today, I completely forgot that I was in the call. That's so funny. Oh my god. Yeah, I switched screens and I immediately saw your PNG and was like, wait a minute. Uh wait a minute. I've messed up here somehow. Oh, how the heck did I just do that? But yeah, so welcome in, everybody. I hope you're all having a wonderful night, day, time, whatever time of day it is for you. Willow, thanks for grabbing your daily gotcha pull. Oh my god, that's actually a crazy card to pull right now. Willow, thank you for redeeming your daily gotcha pull. If you would like, you are able to redeem your pull to end the stream early at some point today, if that is something you so wish to do. Would actually be so wild if you ended it right now, considering we have potentially a pretty long stream ahead of us. That would be wild. But no, if you do at any point want to end the stream early, we can do that. Just let me know. But yeah, all good. No worries. But welcome in, everybody. Welcome. If you guys don't know what we're doing today, goodness gracious, we've got quite... Yeah, I've got a tier list to do an opinions. That is so fair. That is very, very fair. So yeah, today, guys, we're doing... Oh my goodness, Ari, thanks for grabbing your daily gotcha pull as well. Oh my goodness, it's time for me to find a dad joke for you. All right, hold up. Let's find a good one. Let's find a good one today. Bacon, thanks for grabbing your daily fixer fee, homie. Welcome in today. We helped you pay off a high-stakes job to collect some expensive corpo tech. I actually have Ari and Willow's to grab as well. Ari, thanks for grabbing your daily fixer fee and your first, again. Today we help you acquire some RAM hardware for your new Netrunner setup, acquisitioning them through legal means. In quotes, because they're not legal. Also, Willow, thanks for grabbing your daily fixer fee today. We helped you find a place to lay low after a chance encounter with an NC border agent got a bit too spicy. But you splattered the bastard. Good fucking riddance, gamer. Let's go. We love to see it. But yeah, Bacon, welcome in, welcome in. All right, let's see. Dad jokes. I tried to make a song about tortilla once, but it came out more like a rap. That's awful. Bacon, thanks for grabbing your daily gotcha pull. We'll go ahead and swap over to the Monster Hunter, which honestly is so perfect for you, I feel like. The Monster Hunter World Anjanath armor outfit for you for the next 10 minutes. Kev, thanks for your daily fixer fee as well. Today we help you trick your output into spending 100 cyber creds on your gacha game of choice, whichever one you prefer. Hell yeah, bro. Now, honestly, the best news about that is that you also have an output, which is pretty sick. It's always the Monster Hunter outfit. I mean, hey, Bacon, it's just attracted to you, bro. What can I say? The Monster Hunter, just like you want the Monster Hunter wants you back. You know, it is what it is. It just is what it is. But yeah, all right, so let me go ahead and get the screen up here so you guys can see what we're doing today. This blizzard is scary. Has it started? It hasn't really started for me yet, Kev. But, you know, it's on its way. Kev, thanks for grabbing your daily gotcha pull. If you would like to pin a message for the next 20 minutes, please go ahead and do so. The 9th of January, 2025 was quite the day, wasn't it? The 9th of January. Oh, God. Wait, I'm trying to remember what happened on the 9th of January. Oh. Wait, no, I'm thinking of something else. Never mind. Lance makes my upper and lower cheeks jiggle is crazy. And I will pin that. There you go. Beautiful, Kev. Beautiful. We love to see it. Also, let me start the 10-minute timer for the outfit. There we go. Little snowstorm still around the area. Yeah. Oh, you know, a certain stream session of Monster Hunter World. Oh, of course. Is that when it was? Oh, goodness. The fact that you know the date is actually crazy. I couldn't remember. I would have no idea. From Laughter? Of course, of course. Yeah, Shirley. Sorry, Shirley was my first wife. My bad. Anyway. All right, guys. So here's the deal. This actually looks like a lot less than I thought it would look like. But it still took a really long time to prepare. This is hypothetically every anime I've ever watched, at least as far as I can remember, and as far as my anime list actually follows. But who's your second wife? It's Anby. No, technically Anby is my first and only wife, and everyone else is just like a side piece that Anby's okay with, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Brother, it's in the video who said by you, brother in Christ, is the 9th of the day of the year. Okay. Hey man, I don't have that video memorized, all right? As much as I probably should, I do not. Because I don't have anything memorized, because my brain is stupid. All right. So, yeah. We've got a lot to go through today, chat. I feel like we're gonna have some discussions today. There's gonna be a lot of things to discuss. This really doesn't feel like everything. Now that I'm looking at it, it feels like this is not everything. Well, I guess we'll figure things out as we go. To be fair, a lot of these shows are multiple seasons, things like that. Like if I was, because I actually, mind you, I will be forthright in saying that I do have my Mal open on my other screen, so I can like remind myself if any of these shows I forget, like, you know, altogether, like what is what. But for context, and just so you guys are aware going into this, I have watched 184 different anime shows. I've watched 23 movies, many of which I've watched multiple times. I've watched 2,929 total episodes of anime, which means I've spent about 51.28 days of my life watching anime. All right, and this is the most accurate number I could possibly come up with. There may be some shows I've watched one episode of or two, but even most of those I have in here. So, you know, this is the best I could possibly get, because my anime list, I'm actually very diligent about keeping my anime list updated. So we're gonna be as specific here as we possibly can. So as of right now, we're starting with S through D. I am also going to add an F tier because, let's be honest, there are absolutely F tier anime that exist. And oh wait, no, I didn't want to do that. So we're definitely going to be adding an F tier because, like, come on, there are absolutely F tier animes that we will be running into here. I already have a few of them in mind, so, you know, we'll be running into that, a little bit of that. But here, this is going to be our tier list of every anime I've ever watched. And again, we're going to have little discussions as we go. So, you know, we're not going to be like flying through this super fast, which is one of the reasons why I wasn't sure how long this stream was going to take. But yeah, so, oh goodness. And now they are in alphabetical order as well. So, you know, do with that what you will, I would say. Okay, starting off, actually, maybe let's put some anime soundtracks. I feel like that would be nice to have some anime soundtracks in the background of this instead. I feel like that would be a little bit more, you know, a little bit more, timely, I guess. Okay, so here we go. Starting off, we've got a certain scientific railgun. Now, like many of the shows we're going to be running into as we go, A Certain Scientific Railgun is a show I have not seen all the way through. In fact, it is a show that I've not seen a whole lot of. And the whole reason for that really is because I started watching Scientific Railgun, and then I found out that it was kind of like intermixed with what is it? Magical Index, and there's another third one as well, I think, that came out a little bit more recently. And so, like, in order to get the true watching experience, you're supposed to, like, bounce back and forth between all three of the shows in order to, like, get the full story, the full picture. I've only seen the first season of Scientific Railgun. I will say this. I did like the first season quite a bit. I thought it was really fun. I thought it was, like, pretty cool. The animation when they're in, like, the combat sequences and stuff is pretty sick. Like, the way that they animate the railgun, like, aspect and the concept is pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. But I feel like I haven't seen a whole lot of it pay off. It's also been a while since I watched it. So I'm probably not going to rate it super, super, super high because I just don't really remember it as much. It's one of those shows where I feel like it had a lot of, like, I don't want to say dead air time, but, like, a lot of time that was, like, just not a whole lot going on, and not, like, I guess in the classic, like, ooh, high school, like, you know, chill slice of life vibes. But it's been a while, and I just don't really remember a whole lot besides, like, the action scenes and, like, kind of the overall plot. So I think for a decent, like, starting, like, middle of the road, I'm gonna put it in B. I think that's a fair assessment, considering, you know, my thoughts on it. It's been years since I saw, like, 2 seasons. Exactly, yeah, it's like, I don't know, I wanna watch more of it, to be honest. It's one of the many, many shows I wanna continue watching, that I just have not gotten back to, but, you know, it is what it is. Now, this next show is gonna be one of the earliest ones that's gonna get a really high rating from me. This is A Place Further Than the Universe, and I don't, I feel like I've tried to put a lot of people onto this show. I talk this show up all the time. Anytime I've been talking about anime on stream and stuff like that, I talk up this show because I love this show. A Place Further Than the Universe is a really cute slice of life show all about these girls who basically have this idea and this goal and this dream of going to visit Antarctica. It's a really wholesome show. It's really motivational and really inspirational. And it's really, really sweet. It's like the characters are awesome and they're really, really fun. It's been a while since I watched it, but it's one of those things that, like, I'll go back and watch this show. Even though I don't rewatch anime too often, I will go back and watch this show pretty frequently, because, like, it's just such a motivational show for me. So because of that, I'm going to be putting this in S tier. I'm going to be putting it in S tier. I think that'll probably stay in S tier. As I said, there may be some shifting as we go through, but I'm going to be putting that in S tier for now, for sure. Next up, we've got A Whisker Away. This was an anime Netflix movie, I believe. Also, guys, I am going to be eating, I have some chili, so I'll be eating in between and as we go as well. So if there are little pauses here and there, I do apologize. Inky, thanks for grabbing your daily fixer fee and your daily gacha pull. Much appreciated. Today, we helped you acquire some RAM hardware for your brand new runner setup, acquisitioning them through the most legal of means, of course. AKA, definitely just either offed somebody or stole from somebody. Either way, we locked in for you, and that's what matters at the end of the day, right? But yeah, welcome in, Inky. If you would like to grab a song request, by the way, let me know. You're welcome to either request a song. It does have to be on Spotify. That's the one stipulation I have. And if you don't have an idea for a song request, you can also ask me to recommend a song for you. Just let me know. But yeah, A Whisker Away was really cute. I don't know if it's a Netflix original. I know it came out and we watched it on Netflix because I watched it with Jamie. It's a really cute, anime about basically a boy who can turn into a cat. And his relationship with this girl. And it's really, really cute. It's very wholesome. I don't think it really did anything super exceptional. But it was just honestly just a really fun and, like, enjoyable movie to watch, you know? So for that, I think I'll probably put it In B, I'm questioning whether I want to put it in front of or behind this, but, you know. Out right now, so I can't hear. No worries, Jamie. Welcome in. Here, let me give a heart for Jamie. I'm gonna give Jamie a little heart. Hi, Jamie. But yeah, Jamie, thanks for your daily fixture feed today. We helped you try to get a date with the legendary Erica Stratton, and we didn't get it for you, unfortunately. I'm sorry, but we tried our best. But yeah, we got Jamie. Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green are coming on Switch. Oh, is that true? Oh, interesting. Okay, I didn't realize that. That's pretty cool. Hell yeah. OG? Okay. I got you. Also, Inky, yeah, I can recommend you a song. Give me just a second. I'm gonna swap to the Lance model real quick before I forget. And then we'll go ahead and set the 10-minute timer. Okay. Song recommendation for Inky. I'm thinking. What in the heck is... Oh, wait. You know what? I have a feeling you might know this one already, Inky. Just emulate it on PC. I mean, you could also just do that, yeah. That is true. Wait, do they have... Is this the one I'm thinking of? Yes. I'm gonna recommend you this song, Inky. It is Grand Blue by Shonen no Kaze. It's the opening to the anime Grand Blue, which is... Well, if you haven't seen it, you should just watch it. It's really, really good. It's really, really funny. Absolutely worth checking it out. But yeah, here's the Grand Blue opening song. I haven't watched the anime, but I do know the opening. Oh my god, yeah, it's such a fire opening. It's so bouncy and fun. I love it so much. All right. Let's see. Okay. You know what else is bouncy? I have a feeling I have an idea. Okay. So yeah, I think I'm gonna put it. You know what? I'm gonna put it above Railgun, just because I haven't seen enough of Railgun to really like have a super big opinion about it. You can keep that idea to yourself. I will. Don't you worry. I think I'm gonna put a Whisper Away just because it's a really wholesome story and it's really like complete, you know. And so since I haven't finished Railgun, I can't really say that. Oh my god, it's like keyboard smash for no reason. Okay, next up we have Aka 13. If you guys have not seen Aka 13, I feel like it's one of those shows where like either you've seen it or you haven't and you don't even know it exists. You know what I mean? It's an interesting show. It's almost like very low key spy thriller vibes, if that makes sense. Like very, very low key spy thriller vibes. Because it's very casual, it's very kind of laid back. But it's also got a lot of like political intrigue and stuff. It is pretty interesting. I was heavily recommended to it by a friend of mine for a very long time, and I enjoyed it quite a bit. And I'm gonna probably put it. I'm gonna probably put it in A. It's one of those shows that I feel like not a whole lot of people know about, and they should absolutely check it out. I think there's a big discrepancy between this and Aka 13, but I think that it's definitely better than what we have in B so far. So it'll probably end up being towards the bottom of A, I have a feeling. Now we have this show. Funny enough, this is one of the first anime I've ever watched, and it was so... Oh, I didn't mean to swap these. It was so cursed. There's a show called Aho Girl. And honestly, I don't remember much about this show. It was a mess. It was an absolute mess of a show. I've got to be completely honest with you. Like, it was like the whole concept of the show is just the girl's really dumb, and I don't know how to feel about that because like I thought it was like, I mean, it definitely had its funny moments for sure, but like I feel like most of the time I just kind of felt bad for her because she's so dumb. So like I don't think I can say it's a good show. She's also obsessed with bananas, if I remember correctly. But I genuinely don't remember a whole lot of this show. It's been a long time since I, like, again, it was literally one of the first shows I watched. And so I don't want to bash it too hard, but I have a feeling it's either going to be at the bottom of C or upper D. I think I'm going to probably put it bottom of C for now. We may end up reorienting things as we go later. But I have a feeling it's going to be sitting in lower D or lower C for a while. Um, I think it's fine. It's just it's one of those like kind of seasonal slop anime, at least in my opinion. But it was like a seasonal slop anime before seasonal slop anime was really a thing. Um, I mean, I guess it was kind of towards the beginning of that era, I guess. But yeah, it's just I don't know. It's just odd. Okay. Next up, we have another kind of obscure show that I feel like is really hit or miss for people. It was one of the first. It's like an early show. I probably watched it in the first year or so that I was watching anime because I think it came out around that time, and I was like, oh, okay, let's check it out. And this show is called Ajin. It is a 3D anime. Um, and I just realized, wait, yeah, wait, one of the wait. Okay, some of the images are missing. I'm noticing. I'm pretty sure I'm missing Aiko Incarnation. Kitsune, thank you for grabbing your daily gacha pull. Welcome in, gamer. I hope you're doing well. If you would like, when Kev is done with his pinned message, we can pin a message for you. But welcome in, Kitsune. How are you doing this evening? Or I mean, day today. It's not evening. What the hell am I talking about? But yeah, no, I'm noticing that some of these are missing. I don't know. I'm not. I don't see Aiko Incarnation in here anywhere. I'm looking and I don't see it. I may have to go through and import more as we go then, because some of them are definitely missing. What happened to the Pokemon card packs? Unfortunately, Kitsune, I don't have any more Pokemon card packs, so I can't do Pokemon card packs anymore. I'm so sad. They're so expensive to buy, and I've been having a really hard time finding them. Literally, like, there's a place that has a Pokemon card vending machine near me, and they are always empty. Like, it's so difficult to find them without buying them, like, online for an insane markup that I'm not paying for. So every now and then when I get them in, I put it back on the thing, but unfortunately it's really hard to find them these days. So yeah, it's tough. The scalpers are like all over the market. It's so bad actually. Let me 1 second real quick. I want to do this. I want to see if oh, wait, will it even let me? Oh, add images. Okay, here we go. Oh, what the? Wait, no, don't do that. What the heck? Wait, I think I've maxed out the image. There's no way I maxed it out, right? There's no way I maxed it out, right? I don't think so. Click here to add images. Add images. Okay, so I wanted to make sure I was doing it without like showing my thing. Yes, please add that. Did it work? Nope, it didn't work. Okay, well, that's why it looks like less than it's supposed to be, is because it's literally less than it's supposed to be. Weird. Why is it not letting me add more images? Okay. Well, this is awkward. um, Interesting. Guys, we might have a bit of a problem. Um, okay. Well, if that's the case, I'm gonna just put things aside, I guess, that aren't in there, and then maybe we'll go through at the end and add the other ones in like in like Photoshop or something. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, well, I'm just gonna take on my end. I'm just gonna take the images that we've done already and throw them in a separate folder so that I know which ones we've done. Either way, so Ajin, it's a 3D anime, and it's like one of the early ones that like was not awful. Looking back, the style is kind of not great, and the story was kind of mid. So I'm probably gonna put it in C. But I remember liking the show a lot more than most people did at the time, because I think I gave it a lot more leeway, if that makes sense. Um, and I don't know. I didn't think it was bad. I think it was definitely better than Aho Girl, but it definitely had some problems. And so, it is what it is. I watched way too many to do anime to do a tier. I mean, that's also fair. That's fair. That's understandable. I mean, again, there's a reason why I assumed this was going to take me all day, is because I think it's probably going to take me all day. And I've only been watching for a few years, but as I said, I feel like my numbers are kind of crazy, considering I've only been watching anime for like 7, 8 years, I guess, right about. Like relatively new to the medium. Next up, we've got Akira, which honestly, I mean, first of all, absolute classic. I don't know if I would throw it in S tier. Here's the thing. I have a hard time remembering things a lot of times when they are movies, just because like they're relatively short, and like unless I watch it multiple times, I tend to forget. I don't remember a whole lot of the story of Akira. But here's the thing. Number one, it's like a staple in the cyberpunk genre. It's really cool. It's really, really interesting. But I just don't remember the story as much as I should. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna throw this in the top of A, because I do really want to rewatch Akira and remember more of it. And so I'm gonna throw it in there because I hope once I watch it again, I'd probably put it in S tier. I have a feeling, but it's just been a long time. And again, I've only seen it once. Next up, we've got Aldnoah Zero. I can tell you guys right now, Aldnoah Zero is the lowest rated show on my anime list. I thoroughly hated this show. Like, I think I rated the first show, and mind you, because my rating scale is kind of different. I think the lowest rated show on my entire anime list is a 5. I rated the first season a 6, and I rated the second season a 5. I don't think there's another show on my list that's rated a 5. Season 2 was truly god awful, but since I'm rating it as a whole for the show, I'm genuinely putting it in F tier. I really, really do not like that show. I think it was truly terrible. And yeah, that's pretty much it, really. There's not a whole lot else to say. It's just not good. I don't really remember, to be honest with you, Willow. I think maybe I've just blocked the music out of my head, but I genuinely don't remember the music. I would have to listen to it again. It's certainly possible that it has good music. I just genuinely couldn't remember. But yeah, I don't have much to say about Aldnoah Zero. It's one of the lowest rated shows on my list, for sure. Oh my god, another one that got missed in here? Oh, that's so frustrating. Ancient Magus isn't on here is so dumb, because Ancient Magus needs to be on here. It is genuinely one of my favorite shows. That's crazy. Okay, we're gonna have to figure out how to, like, add more stuff. So again, Willow, I uploaded all of the images in here, but it's limiting me on how many images I can put in. So I might have to make a second list and, like, combine them later. Because for some reason it's not in here. But yeah, for some reason Ancient Magus, I'd probably put it in either the highest A or S, because I love Ancient Magus. It's one of my favorite shows for sure. Unfortunately, it's not here, so we'll have to, I guess, make a second tier list with all of the other ones. It's so, so good. I love that show. And the way that they, like, the way they do the world building, the way they, like, build up the concept and system of how magic works is so beautiful and so, like, interesting. I love it so much. It's so cool. Instead, we have the rate Are You Lost? Which, if I'm not mistaken, again, this was a seasonal slop show from forever ago. It's literally just a show about 4 girls and I think a guy. No, I think it's literally just 4 girls, isn't it? Getting like trapped on a deserted island, and that's the whole show. It's just a comedy about a bunch of girls trying to survive alone on a desert island. And it's super duper mid. Like it's fine. It's got some funny moments that I not that I remember, but like I think it had some funny moments. But like genuinely, the definition of like seasonal slop comedy, I'm gonna be throwing that in D. It may end up high D, but it's just not very good. I would actually think Aho Girl is probably better, to be honest with you. Okay, next up we have Asteroid in Love. This is another I have a really soft spot for just like cute girls doing cute things. You'll notice there's a lot of shows in that category in here. And Asteroid in Love was definitely one of them. I think it was a very sweet show. It was very wholesome. About just liking asteroids and like wanting to observe space and like, you know, learning about, you know, like astrophysics and things like that. It was a very sweet show. And I enjoyed it quite a bit. I don't think it was like, again, it wasn't anything mind blowing, but oh my God, I gotta stop doing that. But I'd throw it in B. I think it was nice. I think it's worth watching. If you're just looking for like, again, like a cute show, to enjoy. So yeah, for sure. Next up we have Attack on Titan. Now this is the entire show. And I have not finished it. And I feel like I know I'm waiting for people to start commenting in the video, but I've not finished Attack on Titan. I watched season 1 all the way through final season part 1. I haven't seen anything further than that because I kind of stopped watching, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll just wait till the whole thing's out. And then the whole thing came out, and by that point, I wasn't really watching much anime anymore. At this point, if you guys don't know, I pretty much only watch anime in like group watches with my friends. And so I just haven't gotten around to finishing Attack on Titan. What I will say is this: Attack on Titan is in many ways a masterclass of combining amazing action, a crazy premise, and political intrigue all in one. Even just from what I've seen from part 1 of the final season, I can tell that there's like some crazy stuff going on, and I you know, I'm very excited to at some point one day get around to finishing final season. Even though I know it's like ridiculously, it's basically the same length as the rest of the show. It's crazy, but I definitely do want to watch it. The action scenes are top tier. Like there are some crazy action scenes that even now, even though it's been years, I still remember to this day some of the crazy stuff that happens in that show. Just absolutely insane. I mean, like all of the Levi action sequences, like the one where he's dashing through the, you know, the city, getting chased. Truly some of the coolest animation I've ever seen. Genuinely. So no, I think I definitely have to put it in A. Because I haven't finished it, I don't know if I can throw it in S. I feel like I'd probably have a bigger and more strict opinion about it afterwards. Season 2 was also kind of slow. I will say that. Season 2 of Attack on Titan was pretty slow, but it did build up over time. There was a lot of cool action sequences in between things, but like they were really setting up the world building and all that, so it did take a bit of a like a, you know, a slump for a little bit, but that is what it is. This show is Bakuman. If you guys have not heard of Bakuman, it is an anime about writing manga, and I truly have only watched the first episode. I can tell you right now, I know what, maybe I should make a category. Let me know, guys, in the chat if I should make a category for just shows I do not remember at all. But genuinely, I watched one episode of the show because some friends of mine, we do this thing or we did this thing back in the day where we would watch like the first 2 episodes of like 3 shows, and then we would pick which ones we wanted to start watching from there. And so technically I have seen the first episode, but I watched the 1 episode like 6 to 7 years ago. It's been a long time. God damn it. Don't nobody makes a 6-7 joke, you get banned. But I genuinely can't remember this at all. So I feel like I should make a tier. Oh no, Kev, please. I don't want to ban you. No, Kev, no. I'm gonna make a don't remember tier. Because I feel like it's just not fair if I don't, you know? Oh, frick. Okay, I renamed this current. I hate the way that this works sometimes. I wish it would just be a little simpler. Like, I truly don't remember anything about the show, so I feel like it's kind of not fair for me to rate it because I truly don't remember anything about the show at all. If that makes sense. Okay, next up on the tier list, we've got Belle. Now, I've had some friends who love this show. I've had some friends who really did not, or movie. I have other friends who really did not like this movie. I personally love this movie. And I know that if Jamie was here, she would be bullying me because she just didn't get it. And to be honest with you, I feel like the premise was pretty simple. It was not like super complicated, but like it was just a nice movie. It was a wholesome movie. It had a nice story and a nice simple conclusion. No, Kev, I'm pretty sure you and I watched this with Jamie. I'm pretty sure. Because I remember I was like hyping it up and you guys were like, oh, okay. It was fine, I guess. Like I think there was like some plot holes towards the end and you were just like, nah. Which is, again, is fine. I really like Belle. I think it's a really cool movie. And this may be recency bias. I think I'm gonna throw it up here next to Aka 13. I don't think it's S tier, but I think it was really good. Yeah, I'm kind of saying what Willow said. If you get it, you get it. And like, if you don't have to like it. But I personally thought it was really good. I really liked it. Okay, next up we've got an anime that I have not finished again. I don't know how long it is actually. It may only be 1 season. But this is a show called Bento. If you guys have never heard of Bento, it's a really goofy show. The whole premise of Bento is that they basically start a fight club in a local grocery store because every night the bento boxes go on sale. And there are a limited quantity. And everybody wants those bento boxes because they're the best bento boxes in the town. And so they started a fight club, and whoever wins gets to buy the bento boxes that night. And it is so goofy and stupid and fun, and I love it. I have not finished the show. I think we've watched like 5 or 6 episodes of it, and it was genuinely such a fun time to watch. I'm gonna throw this probably right above Asteroid in Love. I think this show is really fun. It's definitely something I would like to finish at some point or even watch with some other people. We literally happened upon it. We were just like scrolling through a list of like wacky anime and we were like, wait, that actually sounds really fun. And we loved it. So yeah, definitely. If you want something silly, goofy, with a fun premise, go for Bento. It was a good time. Next up, we have got Black Clover. Now, remember when this show first came out, it got a lot of hate. Because everybody hated the fact that Asta just ran around screaming all the time. To be honest with you, he had a similar issue to what a lot of people don't like about Shia LaBeouf in the Transformers movies, or he would just be screaming all the time. But I will say this. If you get past the initial portions of Asta screaming for the first like 15 to 16 episodes, Black Clover is genuinely such a fantastic show. It really is. I know a lot of the characters lean on like their individual tropes quite a bit, but like There's a lot of really cool stuff that happens in Black Clover. There's a lot of really awesome characters. Yami is such an amazing character. There's oh my god, there's so many great characters in Black Clover. And yeah, it's just really really cool. Like, and I know a lot of people have like because I think it was produced by the same people who made Naruto. And you can kind of see it. You can it shows for sure. And you know, they have the obnoxious main character who ends up like learning how to lock in and like yeah, I don't know. I really like Black Clover. It's you know, I have not watched it since it came back, but I will say I think it's one of the better like long-term shows that I've watched. You know, when I say long-term shows, I'm talking like over 40, 50 episodes. You know what I mean? Like the ones that like run for a long, long time. Um, I would definitely throw this one in. Oh goodness, I'm actually tempted to throw it above Attack on Titan. Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna throw it above Attack on Titan because I haven't finished Attack on Titan. That's gonna be my thing. I haven't finished Black Clover either, but I think as of right now, I do enjoy Black Clover a little bit more. I will say also, Attack on Titan was my first ever anime. In case anybody was curious, first anime I ever watched. Also, welcome in Orca, welcome in Spartan. How you guys doing today? Hello, hello. Hope you guys are doing well today. Spartan, thanks for grabbing your 69th daily fixer fee. Today, we helped you find yet another Preem weapon to add to your collection. And Spartan, if you would like to pin a message, you're absolutely welcome to do so for 20 minutes. Just go ahead and drop it in there, and we'll grab it for you. Also, Spartan, thanks for grabbing your daily... Oh, wait, I already said that. Hello? Nice, exactly. Willow, thanks for grabbing the shout out for Spartan. I appreciate it. Metal Wolf Chaos XD. Is that like a wait? Why does that sound like a Metal Gear Solid like spoof game or something? I might also just be like committing a cardinal sin by not knowing what that game is, but I'm sorry if I did. How are you doing today, Spartan? How are you doing today, Orca, as well? Hope you guys are doing well. We're locking in and doing the anime tier list of every anime I've ever watched. And it's truly cursed. I'm going to be honest with you. It's stereotypical American mecha shooter made by FromSoft? Wait, what? Are you serious? That's crazy. That's wild. That is wild, dude. That's so interesting. I watched AOT up to season 3. I never caught up with the final. Yeah, I only watched the first part of the final season. And mind you, I like Attack on Titan. But like it's wild. Okay. I lost interest. That's also fair. And then, to be fair, I think a lot of people lost interest in Attack on Titan because the first season happened, and then there was a really long break until season 2 came out. And I think a lot of people just kind of either forgot about it or were just like, I don't really care anymore. I think that's fair. And that's perfectly fair. But I was actually one of the few people in my friend group at the time that actually stuck it out, and I really liked season 2, even though it was slower. And season 3 was crazy in my opinion. I thought season 3 was pretty hype. So, you know. Okay, next show on the list is Bleach. We've got Bleach, guys. Bleach is the show I, again, have not finished. I started watching it with Jamie, and I think Kev jumped in here and there as well for that. I have not finished it. I think we're like 50 or so episodes in or something, and it's been really interesting, to be fair. I really like Bleach so far. I will say that I don't have the nostalgia factor because I didn't grow up watching it, but I do still think that it's like genuinely a really cool show. A lot of really cool stuff going on there. I think because I'm further into it and have gotten closer with the characters, I would put it right below Black Clover. I think that's a fair assessment to make, considering where I am in the shows. I think Bleach will definitely move up my list, like the further I get into it. But I think for right now, because I'm a lot better connected, like I've watched almost 3 times as much Black Clover as I have Bleach. And so just because of that, I think I'd probably put Black Clover a little higher. But I do really like Bleach, and I really like the animation and everything is awesome, obviously, but like the story is genuinely cool. And there's like some really sick characters in there that, like, I mean, mind you, there's way too many to even like go into, but there's some really cool characters that I really enjoy, like, you know, seeing how they do stuff. It's crazy. Same thing with JoJo. My little brother is a big JoJo fan, and I wanted to try giving JoJo a chance. Watched all part 1 and stopped during Joseph's. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Fair enough. I'm also realizing we've got more things that got skipped on the list, which is really unfortunate. As I said, we'll have to come back and do another, a second tier list with the rest of these that are not showing up. But the ones that we just got skipped were Black Butler and Black Fox, as well as Blend S. So 3 more B shows that we didn't get in there. Black Butler, Black Fox, which is a movie, and Blend S, the show. So again, we'll come back with a second tier list for those later. And we'll work that out. Next one up, we have a really cute show, a show called Bloom Into You. Now, I will say this, I haven't watched a whole lot of Yuri shows. I've read more Yuri than I've watched, but at this point, when I watched Bloom Into You, I think it was probably one of the first couple of Yuri shows that I watched. And I thought Bloom Into You was so sweet. It's a really, really cute high school romance about, like, if I remember correctly, because again, it's been a while, but I remember it being a show about this girl who, like, was kind of, like, clearly into girls, but, like, wasn't explicitly saying it to anybody. And the other girl was like, no, I like boys. For sure, definitely. Like, I definitely do. And then the other girl's like, yeah, but, like, what if I show you what this could be? And, like, their blossoming friendship and everything building up, I thought was really, really sweet. It's really, as I said, really wholesome show. Very cute Yuri story. And I really, really enjoyed it. I love it. It's so good. So, yeah. I'm probably going to throw this... Ooh... I'd say I probably like it a... I'd have to rewatch it, I think. I think right now, I'd probably put Belle above it, but I do really like Bloom Into You. Really, really cool. Really, really great show. Okay. Another one that we are missing is Blue Lock. So we'll get back to Blue Lock later. Boarding School Juliet. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is another one I don't remember at all. It's another one I don't remember whatsoever. It's a romance. I think it was basically just a retelling of the Romeo and Juliet story, but in a boarding school, like high school. And that's about it. And I think it was fine. I don't remember it being anything super special because I genuinely don't really remember it. But I'm gonna throw it in probably above Ajin. I think it was fine. I'll put it in mid. Yeah, it is what it is. Really couldn't get into JoJo at all. It was so weird, and I felt like it was just simping for the guy characters. I mean, to be fair, most anime is just simping for the girl characters. So, like, I gotta give the boys some love. But no, I think JoJo's also, like, a really, really quirky and, like, over-the-top show a lot of the times. And it's just not for everybody. You know what I mean? So, it's fine. Black Butler goes in the E or F and is guilty pleasure show. I didn't hate Black Butler, to be honest. I thought it was fine. I think I watched it much later than I think if I watched it when I was younger, I probably would have liked it a lot more. But I think when I watched it, I was like, okay, like, it's fine, I guess. I think I watched it when I was like 20 or 21. So, like, for context, I was like, a whole ass adult at that point. Not like, you know what I mean, but like, I was not like in high school or whatever. It was, yeah. It's more about the main character, Yu, who doesn't understand what love is, and Toko was the same, but when Yu talks to Toko about her situation, Toko... Yes, sorry, that's a much better description. Thank you, Orca. I appreciate it. As I said, it's been a long time. I just remember really, really loving that show. You meant I love BB, still watch it. I just know it's bad. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, next up, Willow. This one's for you. I mean, not exclusively, but we've got Bungo Stray Dogs Dead Apple, the movie. So another thing for context is that when it comes to the shows and all that stuff, the way that I've separated things out here is that if it's just like the mainline show, I keep that in one category, and then if a show has a movie, then I have that as a separate entity. And another example would be like for the Fate series, I have each individual series as a separate thing. So I have like Fate Stay Night, Fate Zero, etc. Just to clarify how we're doing this, because it could be a little confusing. Bungo Stray Dogs Dead Apple. Genuinely, I love Dead Apple. Like, I love Bungo Stray Dogs, but Dead Apple, the film, was so well done. It was so cool. Now, mind you, it's been years. I don't remember all the details and specifics, but I just really remember coming out after this movie and just being like, oh my god, that was so cool. That was so much fun. The story was so good. Oh, so good. So I genuinely, I think I'll probably put this at the top of A for now. I thought it was really, really good. Yeah, no notes. That's it. Dead Apple and Chuya age 15 are free. Is Chuya age 15 another movie? Because I have not seen. Well, you know me, Willow. We've talked about where I am in Bungo Stray Dogs. But yeah. If that is another movie, then I do definitely want to watch it. Have you seen Godzilla? Is Singular Point the anime one? Because if so, I have not seen it. I remember seeing it pop up, and I know it has like a couple movies, right? But no, I have not seen that. Another thing that's missing from the list, which is crazy, I have Bungo Stray Dogs Dead Apple. I don't have Bungo Stray Dogs here. So that's another one we're gonna have to add in later, because that's crazy. How could I not rate Bungo Stray? One of my favorite shows of all time. Come on, man. That's crazy. Godzilla anime movie trailer is different. Oh, okay. Well, either way, I haven't seen. If it is anime, I haven't seen it. I've only seen like live action Godzillas. It's not a movie. It's a prequel for when he was wasting in the mafia, and then how his time in the mafia before the show. Wait, I feel like I did see that. I think I did see that, Willow. Oh, it's a light novel. Oh, wait. Wait. Clarify. It's a light novel, or it wasn't a light novel? I'm confused. It is. Okay. Wait, so where was the wasn't? Oh, when he wasn't in the mafia. I understand. I feel like I remember. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, no, suffice to say, I need more. I need to experience more Bungo Stray Dogs. That is all I'm saying. It's also slowly being up. Oh, heck yeah, dude. I do remember reading a Bungo manga, but I don't remember which one I did. I'm going to be honest with you, because I also haven't read manga in a long time. So I don't remember which one it was, but I do know I read a Bungo manga at some point, and that's about all I can remember. Okay, next up we got Cells at Work. I really like Cells at Work. I think it's a really, and I know that they did a movie kind of like this not too long ago. Or well, I said not too long ago. I think it was like 15, 20 years ago. Either way, I really, really liked Cells at Work. I think it was a really fun and cute way to like kind of show parts of the body working, like literally like making a story of how the body functions. I think is really, really unique and creative. I'm gonna throw that in. Oh man, actually, I'm gonna throw it towards the top of B. I really, really liked Cells at Work. I thought it was really fun. There's also Bungo Beast, which is alt universe, but also not alt universe. It's complicated. Hey, that's fair. That's completely fair. No, no worries, Willow. Okay, next up we have Chainsaw Man. Okay, I know we're gonna have people fighting me, but it's okay. I love Chainsaw Man. I'm tempted to throw this in S tier. But like I think that's just recency bias talking. I really, really enjoyed a Chainsaw Man. It was the kind of thing where whenever I was watching JJK, I was sitting there and being like, I wish I was watching more Chainsaw Man. I'm actually devastated I didn't get to see the most recent movie that came out in theaters, because I really, really, really love Chainsaw Man. I think I'd probably. Oh boy. I'm gonna put Chainsaw Man above Black Clover, I think. I really, really like Chainsaw Man. There's so much theming in Chainsaw Man because the thing is, people see Chainsaw Man and they think of like this horny teen boy story, right? Where it's just like, I just want these basic things. But like when you really look into the mentality of Denji, the things that he's experienced in life, and like how he was just constantly torn and beaten down, and everything that he's experienced ever since becoming the Chainsaw Demon, um, is such a wild story, and how much his concept of living changed throughout that time, but also the complex gears turning with like like so many people just try to manipulate him and twist and form him into what they want him to be, or to like use him to their own benefit because they know he's malleable, and like him slowly but surely like gaining this sense of self and understanding maybe what he might want in life, and realizing that it's not just these basal instincts, because that's what he started with, right? I really like Chainsaw Man. I'm excited to see like how the rest of the anime plays out. I did start reading the manga for a little bit, but I think I like everything else, I just kind of stopped reading manga. I didn't stop reading because of Chainsaw Man by any means, but yeah, that's about all I have to say about that. I really, really enjoyed Chainsaw Man. Okay. Next up, we have back to a cutesy anime. We've got Chio's School Road. I remember this one was another seasonal show. I don't want to say it's seasonal slop necessarily, because it's just a sweet, cute show. I don't think it was anything super crazy, but I do, if I remember correctly, there was like a really popular manga that this was based off of. And then it came out, and I was like, you know what, this is pretty fun. Again, nothing like too mind-blowing, but I think that the story was cute, and like it was pretty episodic. There wasn't any like big overarching stories really. But it was just a fun story about this girl going to school, and that was pretty much it. that was about it. Dax, welcome in. How are you doing today? Oh my goodness, it's wonderful to see you. Dax, today we are doing a tier list of every single anime I've ever watched, except for some reason not all of the images imported, and I can't import them anymore for some reason. I think there's a limit, and so a bunch are missing. But yeah, I think I'll probably put Chio at top of C. So far, it was pretty like fine. It was okay. You know what? No, let's throw it in B. Actually, we'll throw it right above Asteroid in Love, because I think it was really sweet and cute. It wasn't anything too crazy. I thought it was fine. That's about it. But yeah. Okay. Okay, we've got another one skipped. Because before Code Geass, we were supposed to have Citrus. So we'll have to do Citrus on the other tier list, on the second tier list. It is what it is. Chat, we should do our own anime tier list and have Gallant review them. Oh god. I mean, you know, could do. I mean, if you guys want to do an anime tier list yourself, you are welcome to go ahead and do it, and you can post it in the Discord. I mean, I will say it's a lot of work actually getting all of your anime in here, but once you do it, it's pretty cool. So if that is something anybody wants to do and jump into, you can throw it in the Discord. It's open for y'all if you're interested. So, but thanks, Dax. Yeah, this is one of the many things that we had redeemed from the stream, the birthday event from January. So this, and then hopefully Love and Deep Space will be coming up soon in the next couple weeks. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, so Citrus will come back to you. Figure that one out later. Joke's on you, I never kept a log. That's also fair. I'm as a deeply mentally problemed person, I have kept a very strict log of every anime I have ever watched. Just look up all BL and yaoi anime. I'm sure you've seen them all. That's crazy. Okay. Next up, we've got Code Geass. I jokingly shit on this anime a lot. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I jokingly mess around with this anime quite a bit. I have only seen like the first season and maybe the first couple episodes of the second season. And that's pretty much it for Code Geass. And I thought the show was fine. I didn't think it was like anything super exceptional, but I don't think it actually genuinely deserves the grilling that I give it as a joke on a regular basis. So I think I'd probably throw it in C. Maybe throw a top of C, because I definitely think these shows are like far below Code Geass. But I don't know. I thought it was fine. I honestly, I think the coolest part of the show for me was the mechs. I think the mechs were super cool. The political stuff, you know what? No, I'm gonna throw it a little higher. Because I think the political stuff in the mechs were pretty cool. Like as soon as like I don't know his whole thing with his powers, it wasn't as interesting to me. But everything else was a lot more like interesting. So I'd throw it a little bit higher. I wouldn't mind finishing Code Geass. I feel like my rating would change based on where I put that. But yeah. Maybe I have, so maybe most of the anime I've seen are your. I mean, that's fair. There's nothing wrong with that. Maybe I was there when Junjo Romantica season 3 was airing. That's crazy. Okay, can I be a pain and ask for a quick recap on what's up there right now? I'm on mobile and can't really make. Oh, no worries. Let me also zoom in a little bit. That might help a little bit, maybe. I don't know if that'll help too much, but hopefully that'll help a little bit. If not, I catch at the bottom. Oh yeah, that's no worries. So at the top here, we've got in S rank, we've got a show called A Place Further Than the Universe, which is like a slice of life, cute like high school anime about a bunch of girls that are trying to make their dreams come true by traveling to Antarctica. It's genuinely one of the most motivational shows I've ever watched, and I always promote it to everybody. Even though it's probably not actually an S tier, but like I have such a like emotional connection to this show that I love it so much. In A tier, I'm gonna kind of blast through these a little bit quicker. We've got Bungo Stray Dogs Dead Apple, which is a movie based like continuing the story of the anime Bungo Stray Dogs. We've got the movie Akira. We've got Chainsaw Man, the show. Black Clover, Bleach, Attack on Titan, the anime movie Belle, the series Bloom Into You, and the series Aka 13. Following that, we have in B tier, we have A Whisker Away, Cells at Work, a Certain Scientific Railgun, Bento, Code Geass, Chio's School Road, Asteroid in Love. And then in C tier, we have the series Boarding School Juliet, Ajin, and Aho Girl. And then D, oh god, I'm forgetting what the name of the show is again. Oh no. what is this show? Oh, Are You Lost? F tier, we have Aldnoah Zero, because it's truly the lowest rated show I think I've ever watched. And in the I don't remember anything about this show whatsoever at all tier, we have Bakuman, which all I know about it, all I can remember is that it's a show about writing manga. And that's it. That's all I remember. So yeah, there's your catch up. We're all recapped now. Next up, we have an interesting show. I actually kind of really like this one personally, but I know it's not really for everybody. This show is called Copcraft. And I honestly thought it was a really interesting show at the time. I will say that my political views have changed a little bit since the time I watched this show. But I thought it was a really interesting show. It's basically, from what I can remember, it's something to do with like how regular normal world has been like intertwined with like a magical realm of some kind. I don't know if it was like dimensions or different like universes. I'm not really sure. But the idea is that now the police force has to use magic in order to like help them uncover clues, especially when it comes to crimes that are done by people who use magic. And so the whole concept of the show is that there's this like cute anime like, you know, magical girl basically, or like mage, um who is basically this like, I wouldn't say aged cop, but he's probably like mid 30s, early 40s. Is basically forcibly paired up with this mage from this other universe in order to help solve crimes. It's the whole concept of the show. It's pretty basic, but I remember it being pretty fun. I don't think it was crazy, but it was definitely a cool show with a fun premise. I'm gonna throw this right above Code Geass. I think it was pretty good. I thought it was pretty fun. Also, yes, to answer your question, Orca, that is in fact Ruby. I am a huge Ruby fan. Huge Ruby fan. So yeah, I love Ruby. Okay, we've got another skipped show that will go into the second tier list. We've got Cowboy Bebop. You know what? What if we just make the second tier list now? What if we just do that? What if I just make another tier list? Let me just do that. Make your own template. We're gonna call it create public template. I'm gonna call it the same thing, but add a 2 at the end. Part 2. I'm not gonna worry about the cover photo, but we will add. Oh well, we don't know which ones are not gonna count. You know what? We'll just do that later. It's fine. We'll figure that out. Okay, so yeah, we've skipped Cowboy Bebop for now. We're coming back for Darling in the Franxx. Now, for the most part, I thought the beginning of Darling in the Franxx was actually pretty fun. You know, I don't think the story was necessarily the strongest. It was very much so a trigger being trigger show. But I thought the story, like I liked the background that we eventually find out for 02. I thought was cool. You know, there's like things that we learned throughout the show, but the ending was abysmal. It was so bad. I think if I just had to rate it based off of the ending, it would go in D or F tier, genuinely. So I'm gonna throw it in. I'm going to throw it in C right after Boarding School Juliet because I do like the beginning. I think the premise is interesting. I think if they explained the world a little bit better and stuck the landing a lot better at the end, I think it would have been a fantastic show. But I think they really dropped the ball on the ending. I think if even just the ending was good, it would probably be B tier at least. But because of how bad the ending was, it gets dragged down a ton. So yeah, big part of that. Would it surprise you if I mentioned I've been creating a Ruby X Godzilla universe for several years now in hopes for an actual Ruby X Godzilla movie series? Oh, yo, that would be sick. That would be really cool, actually. That'd be sick as heck. I could see it. I could see it for sure. That'd be pretty fun. Now, are you creating that for like a D&D thing? Is it more just like your fan like sandboxing for it? Because either way, very cool. But I was just curious. Okay, next up we've got Death Note. Now I've only seen Death Note once. It was relatively early in my anime watching career, if you will. And I don't know. I don't really hold a special place in my heart with Death Note. I know a lot of people love Death Note. They're like diehard Death Note fans. I think it's fine. I'm not a huge fan of it. I would probably throw it in like low B. No, I throw it in high C, honestly. I'm not a big fan of Death Note. I think it's fine. But like I don't know. First of all, I just genuinely don't really remember much about Death Note to begin with. But I also just I don't know. I thought it was okay. Like the intrigue was cool. But like I don't know. I think it was just like I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. It was great for its time. Well, and that's the thing. I watched Death Note like after a lot of shows that I think would be considered much better than Death Note. And so I feel like like if I watched it back when anime was more rare and there wasn't as much coming out, I probably would have enjoyed it more. But like the fact that I don't really remember much about it also I feel like drops points for me because I just genuinely don't like I don't remember it. And if it's not memorable, I feel like it drops points automatically for me. So yeah. Okay. Next up, let me see. I think we may be oh no, we're not skipping anything. Okay. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Next up, we've got Demon Slayer and Demon Slayer Mugen Train. I'm going to do Demon Slayer first because they're both here. I have only seen season 1 of Demon Slayer, but genuinely, I think it changed a lot of things for me in terms of like how I look at anime. And that's coming from a manga that like was not very super highly rated when it was coming out. Until the movie, I think Ufotable kind of saved Demon Slayer to a certain extent. But like anything getting animated by Ufotable is gonna be like drop dead gorgeous, And yeah, the first season of the anime was brilliant. I think it was episode 19 that had probably one of the more beautiful scenes I've ever seen in anime. But like just I love the way that they like highlight the like the way that they animate the water and the way that they animate the flames and the way that they just are so dynamic with their animation style. The show is just beautiful. I think that, some of the characters, might not be the best written or are very tropey. And I think that's completely fine. It's a shonen. That's kind of to be expected. But yeah, I gotta throw it up there. Again, I've only seen season 1, but I honestly think I'd probably put it up higher than Bleach, personally. I know people are gonna hate that. People are gonna hate that. I get it. Okay, I understand. But I really, really like Demon Slayer. And again, like yeah, I'm not gonna go into all that. But to complement that, we've got Mugen Train, which honestly I think like I don't know if I would say I like Mugen Train as much as season 1 of Demon Slayer necessarily, but I'd say they're pretty close. It was an emotional experience watching that in the theater. I did see Mugen Train in the theater. It was one of the first movie. I think it was the first movie I saw when theaters came back after COVID. And it was a crazy experience. Like walking into a movie theater and having that emotional experience was really, really cool. And really, really crazy for the time. So, yeah, but no, I love Demon Slayer. Huge fan. Okay, next up we've got Devil is a Part-Timer. Now I know that this show came back and had I think another second season. I don't think I got a third season. But I thought that first season of Devil is a Part-Timer was really fun. The concept is so wacky. Like a literal, depiction of the devil being forced into the human world and having to get a job at McDonald's is so funny. That's so funny. So I think I'm gonna throw that right above Bento. I think it was a really, really fun show. Apparently it really fell off after that second, or like in that second season, but I never watched the second season, so I can't complain. You know what I mean? Not really much else I can say about that. Devilman Crybaby. So this is one of many shows that I actually watched during my lunch breaks at my old job, like at my old job. I was watching this show pretty much when it came out. And I was watching it literally during my lunch breaks. And I think that probably puts a bit of a damper on how much I remember about the show. But I remember it being cool. I remember the animation being really interesting. It was really flat animation though. There wasn't a whole lot of depth to it, which I think was a unique style at the time because nobody else was really doing that. But also it felt very like I don't know. It felt like it kind of lacked some of that depth. Like it almost felt like it wasn't finished in that sense for me. The story was pretty cool. The animation in and of itself, like the actual, moving parts of the animation were pretty cool. And there were some pretty cool action sequences and stuff as well. But overall, looking back at it, I don't really remember it being particularly memorable. I remember people glazing the hell out of this show back in the day. People really used to glaze this show. And I think some people probably would, like still agree with that. I don't have as high of an opinion on it. I'm gonna throw it right below Code Geass, I think. Because I don't know. I think it was fine. Okay, next up we have Do You Love Your Mom and Her Two-Hit Multi-Target Attacks. Most people know this show as the Mom Isekai. And yes, I did watch this. Yes, it was a seasonal slop anime, and it was very mid. I will say the weirdest part about this show is the fact that it got a little bit too weird between the mother and the son. Like, I feel like they could have just told a cute and wholesome story about a mom and her son. But like, I feel like there were some times in the show where there was some weird implications, and I was not a big fan of that. So, because of that, I'm gonna throw this in D tier. Yeah, I'm gonna throw it in D tier. I'll throw it in top of D, I guess, because it wasn't horrible. It was probably better than Are You Lost, but I just don't think it was very good. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's what we're doing with that. Now, next up, we are gonna be skipping Domestic Girlfriend. I do have opinions about that. I feel like a lot of people will not like my opinions about that. But moving to the next one, we have Dororo. And again, I have several friends who do not like Dororo very much. I love Dororo. I really, really do. I am a huge, huge fan of Dororo. I think it was not only a really cool animation experience, the story and premise was so cool. The fact that this kid was basically born with like nothing, like so much of his body parts just not, being a part of him, and learning to have to learn to fight using basically just these prosthetic arms and legs and limbs, and fully, having to basically cut through a series of demons in order to unleash his, to reclaim his body, was such an interesting concept. I really, really like that. Dororo is a really, really fun show. I feel like a lot of people probably dock this show points for a couple of the middle episodes, because there was a series, a point in time where several episodes had a very low budget. You can tell because the hype moments towards the end of the season compared to some of the animation towards the middle of the series is a drastic difference. Actually, oh no, never mind. But yeah. So I will throw Dororo in. Oh boy, I was tempted to throw it up in here. I'm probably gonna throw it here after Demon Slayer. I think Demon Slayer is properly better, but I really, really like Dororo. It's like, at the time, I think it was arguably one of my favorite, if not my favorite show. I think that has changed over time, but I loved that show. Next up, we got Doctor. I cannot believe we're still in the D's. Holy crap. Holy crap, dude. We are at Dr. Stone, and Dr. Stone, pretty cool show. I only watched the first season, but the concept was pretty interesting. The concept of being thrust into the past. And Orca, thanks for grabbing your daily gotcha pull. If you'd like to flick me a tune, you're welcome to do so. If not, I can recommend you a song, but I think you have some probably queued up as per usual. So if you would like to, you're welcome to do so. But yeah, I don't know. I thought Dr. Stone was pretty cool. I would probably throw it in. I'm gonna put it below Devil's a Part-Timer. I've only seen the first season. But yeah, I don't know. I liked it quite a bit. I just haven't seen any more of it. So yeah. Oh, I gotta think again. Yeah, no worries. All good. Take your time. We're gonna have time. All right. Next up, we have Dress Up Darling. I really liked Dress Up Darling. I think it was a really cute romance show, and I think I don't want to spoil anybody. I hope this isn't really too big spoilers, but I do think it's really cool. We don't get a whole lot of times where we get a show that switches to the female perspective and shows her trying to pursue a man. I feel like that doesn't happen too often, and it's one of the things I really liked about the first season of Dress Up Darling. I have not seen the second season yet. But I really did like that about the show. And honestly, she's just adorable and she's very playful and very outgoing. And I think that like the dynamic between the two of them is so cool. But yeah, I remember liking season 1, but I can't get through episode 2. Episode 2 of the second season? Oh, I see. I'm gonna throw this up here. Oh boy. I think I do like it more than Bloom Into You, so I'm gonna throw it in A, and put it up there, and that's gonna be my episode 1 of season 1. Oh, I remember liking season 1, but I can't get through episode 2 of season 1. Oh, wait. Okay, now I'm confused. Episode 2 of season 2? Okay, I think that's what you're saying. I hope that's what you're saying. I'm not sure, but yeah. Okay, next up we have a show that I have not finished again. What a surprise. This show is called Drifting Dragons. I know this show better as Cute Dragons. And it was a cool concept. I don't think I would rate it super highly, but I think I probably liked it better than Death Note. The concept of this show was basically they're on this airship and they have to fight off flying creatures. Now, their definition of dragons is a bit loose. Basically anything that flies near, like any creature that flies is basically considered a dragon to them. But they're basically dragon hunters that fly around in an airship and hunt dragons. But also, it's like pretty wholesome. So yeah, it's a pretty fun show. I did not get to finish season 1. I don't know if they ever made a season 2, but it was on Netflix. So I think at the time, because Netflix anime wasn't very popular, a lot of people just didn't see it. I think it's worth checking out. I think the concept was cool. And I would love to watch more of it. Okay. Let's see. Oh, wow. We were skipping a bunch of shows here. Episode 2 of season 1. Okay, interesting. Like last time I got 4 songs. Sir, I would really appreciate if you pick one. Because I am in the middle of streaming. And I can't sit and contemplate. So if you could pick one, I would really appreciate it. Because yeah. I have a lot of anime to get through today. Okay, so the shows that we are going to be skipping, because again, for whatever reason, they didn't import. We've got Elfen Lied, Erased, and Eureka 7. So those will all be coming up later on the second tier list. But we now have Evil or Live. And this is a show that I always get confused when people talk about Prison School, because I always think that they're talking about Evil or Live. I've never seen Prison School, but I have seen Evil or Live, which is basically a show where a bunch of kids are in a school that is a prison, but it's not Prison School. I'm going to be honest, that's about as much as I remember about it, because I don't remember much. I really don't. I remember thinking it was really bad. I'm actually, what was my, let me see if I can find my, my rating of this. Let me. Evil or Live, I rated a 6. That's pretty dang bad. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in D, because I remember not liking it at all. I might even put it in F, to be honest. I just remember it being bad. So yeah. Last song by David Okay, no worries. Let's go. This also, for some reason, this song doesn't feel like an anime song. I don't know why. It feels like something else. I don't know. Okay. Oh, this is from Superman. Okay. All right, we'll lock in. Heck yeah. Oh, this is the title song, I think. Isn't it? If I remember correctly. Because I think I heard this in the trailers. But yeah, this song is pretty fire, if so. What do you use to track your anime? I use a website called My Anime List. They make it really easy to track everything, and I've been tracking it since I started, which was, you know, in what, my junior or senior year of high school. So I've been using it for a long time. But yeah, no, it's very useful. I like it a lot. It's very straightforward, and it lets you organize by like things you're currently watching, things you want to watch, things that you have like stopped watching. It lets you kind of organize all that, and so I use those features very heavily. Okay, so, oh goodness, everything is open. 1 second, let me see here. So yeah, as I said, we're skipping Elfin Lead, Erased, Eureka 7. We got Evil or Live already in there. So next up, Mal just has a terrible UI. It's a time. I will say it's not great for mobile. I will say that. It's a lot, like, since I've always used it on PC, it hasn't really been much of a problem. But on mobile, it's really bad. It's really bad. I use Tierlist, but it seems less popular, but I like the interface. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Yeah, I think I just use my anime list because it's the one I started with. So, you know, I was just already there. And I feel like converting it at this point would just be a lot of effort. So, okay, next up we've got all of the fates, it seems. Pretty much all of them. So first up, we've got Fate Apocrypha. Fate Apocrypha, well, okay, general concept of Fate. Maybe we should start with Stay Night. Just to make it a little easier. We'll start with Fate Stay Night. Fate Stay Night, basic concept. Bunch of mages, they have a war to get basically this cup that will, it's the Holy Grail from, you know, the Bible, basically. The idea is that they do this fight. Whoever wins gains the Holy Grail. They can make one wish of any kind, basically. Spoiler alert, pretty much no one ever actually wins the Holy Grail. Everything just ends up going to hell. It's usually what ends up happening. But yeah, so Fate Stay Night, I feel like this one's pretty solid. This is specifically Unlimited Blade Works. Unlimited Blade Works was awesome. Also, thank you so much for the song recommendation, Orca. I really appreciate it. That song is so good. It's like, oh, it just hits so hard. I love it. So good. But yeah, so Fate Stay Night, I mean, like, I think the original story is pretty solid. You know, they did a pretty good job with it. I, at one point, was a huge Fate head, but I'll be honest with you, I was mostly a Fate head because my friends were Fate heads. And, like, I'll tell you right now, there are so many things that happen in the Fate movies and shows and everything that I, like, genuinely just didn't understand what was happening. I think a lot of it was just, like, cool factor, but I think a lot of it also was the fact that sometimes I would fall asleep when we were watching, and so I just missed things. I would say Fate Stay Night is like a solid upper B. I do like Fate Stay Night, but like again, I thought it was fine. But yeah, don't forget the World War II Fate arc. I don't even remember which one was that. I don't even know which one that is, because the thing is with Fate is there's so much Fate. There's so much Fate, dude. There's too much. There's way too much Fate. I will say this. I will do Fate 0 next because I feel like that may be the easiest order to go in. Fate and then Fate 0. Let me also real quick. I'm gonna make another thing here. Okay, that'll help organize things a little better. There we go. It was Fate by the Baka. By the Baka? That's crazy. I've never heard of that. That's interesting. Huh. Interesting. Because I thought the first... Interesting. I mean, I guess there's always more Holy Grail wars that they could do stories about, right? So, like, yeah, it makes sense. But yeah, Fate 0, I'm actually going to rate a little bit higher than Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works. I really like the animation of Unlimited Blade Works, but I think Fate 0 did have a better story, and it did clear up a lot of the things. Strange Fake, that's the one. Yes, I read a little bit of the manga for that one, actually, but I didn't know they made an anime. Interesting. Okay, cool. That's pretty sick. As I said, I had no idea that they actually made an anime for that. That's pretty cool. But yeah, so let's see. How do I? Yeah, I don't know. I think that Fate 0 did outpace Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works a little bit, but Unlimited Blade Works is great. For those of you who don't know, by the way, the original Fate series was a a visual novel, and there are 3 separate series that covers the story of Fate Stay Night, depending on what romance option you pick. You have the original Fate Stay Night, which was produced in like the early to mid, or like the mid to late 2000s, I think. I've never seen that one. Then there was Unlimited Blade Works, and then there was Fate Heaven's Feel, which was a series of 3 movies. That's the original Fate series. Then you have Fate Zero, which takes place like 10 years beforehand. And then you have Fate Apocrypha, which is like, if I remember correctly, it's like one of multiple realities that take place after Fate Stay Night. One of the other alternate realities, I believe, is Fate Last Encore. And then you have Fate Grand Order, which is a whole separate series based off of a gacha game that is now technically the canon basis for the entirety of the Fate series, but like all of that was done retroactively, so some of it doesn't line up properly. It's really crazy. It's really, really wacky. And there's a ton of other Fate stuff as well. Like there's a Fate like Magical Girl series, there's Strange Fate, like Willow was just talking about, and even a ton of other stuff that I am not even aware of. So yeah, there's a lot of Fate, is what I'm trying to say. There's a lot. If you're really trying to dive into Fate, I mean, my personal recommendation would be to not, but if you really are going to, I'd probably start with Fate Zero. If not, start with Fate Stay Night, Unlimited Blade Works. One of those two, I would say for sure. My recommendation would be Zero. The thing is, in either case, Fate Stay Night and Fate Zero spoil each other. So, like, it just depends on which one you want to get spoiled on and which one you want to watch first. Yeah, Giga does do a really good video that explains everything, but it's a lot. So either way, it's a lot to handle. I'll tell you that right now. But yeah, so we got Fate Zero. I'm also gonna have to zoom this out a little bit, I think, because otherwise I'm not gonna be able to even see the tier list. Fate Apocrypha, I'm gonna rate a little lower than Fate Stay Night. I think the animation and the story was really cool in Apocrypha. But I don't think it necessarily holds up to the rest of the series. I think it's better than a lot of people give it credit for. I think a lot of people really trash on Apocrypha, but I thought it was pretty fun. I'm gonna put it over here above Copcraft, I think. Fate Stay Night Last Encore, I thought was okay. The animation style was very different because I think it was done by a different studio. And I think it was fine. But the story also is really wacky. They like go into a video game or like a program and have another Holy Grail war, but it's like in the computer program. It's kind of weird. So I'm gonna throw that one lower in B. I'm gonna put it here. I'll put Copcraft above it. Fate Grand Order. Now this one is one of the Fate Grand Orders because there's a bunch of them. And actually, funny enough, none of the other ones will be on this tier list. They got kicked out for whatever reason. So this one here specifically is Fate Grand Order Moonlight Lost Room, which was an OVA. And I think it literally just tells the story of the beginning of Fate Grand Order, like the game, if I remember correctly. And so, like, it was fine. I don't know. I didn't really have a huge opinion on it because I had already played the game. So I'm going to throw that at, like, I'm going to throw that right below Death Note, I guess. I think it was fine. It was just, like, it wasn't anything I hadn't experienced already. Oh, no, that one was something else because I think First Order was the beginning of the show. You know what? I'm going to throw this one in I don't remember because I genuinely don't remember what this is about. I'll be completely honest with you. Now, there are... Oh, wait, sorry. We also have Fate Stay Night Heaven's Feel, which was also animated by Ufotable, and the first movie for the third version of the Stay Night story. I thought this one was pretty cool as well. I don't think it was better than Unlimited Blade Works, though. I'm probably going to throw it under Cells at Work. I thought it was, like, it was pretty cool, but it was not as good as Unlimited Blade Works. I also only saw the first movie for that one, so there is definitely some that I missed. But yeah, there are also 2 other Fate series that I have watched, or at least a Fate OVA and then a series that I have watched that are not on here. Those being First Order, which again is like the intro story to Grand Order, which we'll get to later, and Fate Grand Order Absolute Demonic Front Babylonia, which is a story that takes place in Babylonia. And again, we'll come back to that one later. But I figured I would wrap up the Fate talk with that. Next up, we have Fire. Oh, sorry. Wait, Fire Force isn't on here either. What the heck? Okay, there's a bunch of them missing. So we're also missing Fire Force, Fireworks, and Food Wars. All of those will be going on the second tier list. That's crazy. Okay. In that case, next up is Freyren. I think Freyren's probably one of my favorite animes of all time. I think Freyren was a masterclass in storytelling. I think it was a really cool concept exploring what life means and life and love and the tales of different characters coming together in very different aspects of their lives, the experience of what time is and how different people experience time differently. And so yeah, I love Freyren so much. I'm gonna throw that in S tier for sure. I would honestly even probably put it above this. I just think it's an absolutely beautiful show. There's a masterclass in deserved anime of the year, but lost to that's true. I do think that was kind of goober. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay. We have more shows that we are missing here. Some of the big ones actually, which I think is kind of funny. We are missing Fruits Basket. We are missing Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood and Fully Coolly Progressive. Those will all be going on the second tier list, but that's okay. We'll come back to those. Fully Coolly is an insane show. I watched this when I was much too young to understand what the heck was going on. I'm going to be completely honest with you. And even now, I rewatched it a couple years ago, and I think I still just my mind turned to goop watching this. If I was to try to explain to you what Fully Coolly was, I can't do that. It's one of those things you just kind of have to experience. And you're either going to love it or you're going to hate it. If you haven't heard of Fully Coolly, I would definitely check it out. Okay. I just made a mess all over my desk. Let me clean this up a sec. Dumped cheese everywhere. I can't believe this. Give me a moment, chat. Bruh. There's cheese everywhere. Okay. And that's not a euphemism. I mean that completely literally. But yeah, Fully Coolly is quite an experience. I think it was pretty cool, but like also very chaotic. So yeah, very interesting. But I think I'd probably throw Fully Coolly above Chiho. Maybe even above Devilman Crybaby, because I feel like both of these were really chaotic shows, but I would put this one on top for sure. As I said, if you haven't seen Fully Coolly, you're just gonna have to check it out because it's crazy. And regarding Ruby X Godzilla project I was talking about earlier, would you like to hear the plot for Volume 1? If you want, you can send. I would say send it in the Discord. I'm realizing that we're almost 2 hours into this and we haven't even finished the Fs. So we're gonna have to start steamrolling a little bit because I've been talking a little bit too much about all of these. But if you want to drop it in the Discord so I can read it later, that would be awesome. I would love to. Okay, what is this? Girls Last Tour. This is a show about two chibi girls driving around in a tank. And honestly, I thought it was pretty cute for the most part until the story got weird at the end. It got really, really weird, like really ethereal and like it was a very grounded show with some like kind of weird stuff, and then it became like a weird god gobbledygook at the end, and I honestly didn't follow it at all. So I think I'd probably throw it around the same place as Darling in the Franxx because I thought it was really cute until it was just weird. Okay. Now this one, this one is hard to talk about. I'm not gonna lie, because this is Goblin Slayer. I feel like a lot of people know about Goblin Slayer for one very particular reason. And I'm gonna be honest with you. That was rough, man. That was rough to watch. I did not like that. I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't know why I kept watching this show after season or episode 1. Um, yeah, no, Goblin Slayer episode 1 was a hard sell. It really was. And I think it was, I think I watched it with other people. So I think that may have helped me get past the first episode. I will say the show drastically improved after the first episode. And I understand that they were trying to make things like really sell you on how like depraved the world was in the first episode, but I feel like they didn't need to make it that graphic and they didn't need to make it that in your face in order to like there's a lot of really harsh worlds in shows like this. I mean, have you seen Shield Hero, for example? Like it you don't have to do all that just to establish that the world is dark. I'm like the rest of the first season was pretty interesting. There was definitely some weird moments, but the first episode really, really, really knocked it down a lot for me. I'm gonna throw it below Ajin. I think. I don't think it's necessarily D tier, but it was really. I'm gonna throw Aho Girl down in D. Actually, I think because I'm realizing that there is a discrepancy between C and D that I'm not really establishing, and like, yeah, I think that, yeah, but that's rough. That was a rough one, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay, we are gonna be skipping. Oh wait, sorry, I didn't put fully. Okay, we are gonna be skipping God of High School because it's not on here, and we're gonna be going straight to Golden Kamui. I feel like a lot of people have probably watched this show. I will tell you right now, I have seen some of the most nasty things that I've ever seen in anime in a Golden Kamui. Just like conceptually, not necessarily visually, but like the concept of things, like taxidermying humans and things like that. Some crazy stuff that came out of this show. And it was pretty cool though. I will say I think I watched through season 3. And the story was really interesting. The concept is kind of crazy. And I liked it. The characters were also really cool. I will say the main couple characters in the show were really, really cool. Really like interesting to kind of see them develop over time. And there's some really cute moments too, oddly enough, with a show like this. So I think I'd throw it in probably. I'm gonna throw it in. I'm gonna throw it right here, right under Devil as a Part Timer. No, I'm gonna put it in front of Devil as a Part Timer. I thought it was pretty cool. Okay, next up, we would have Grand Blue, but it's not here, so we're gonna be going to Gunslinger Girl. Now Gunslinger Girl is a show I got into because I thought it was gonna be like Girls Frontline. Because I was a really big fan of Girls Frontline. As you guys know, I play Girls Frontline 2 still, and I really, really thought that it was going to be like Girls Frontline. But no, the concept of the show is actually pretty crazy. The whole idea is that it's like these children that are raised to be like spies and soldiers, and they are like literal like 7 to 12-year-old girls who are trained to fight with firearms from like birth. Because I think the concept is like their baby, like if like a baby was about to die, they would bring them to this like government agency and they'd be like, hey, we'll keep your baby alive, but in turn you have to give them to us. And they basically turn them into like orphan agents. And it's crazy. The story is pretty dark, but it's also really interesting. I don't like. I think they probably could have actually like played it out better. I feel like it would have been a lot more popular if it was better written. But it was pretty interesting. I'm gonna probably throw it in right below Fully Cooley. So yeah. Let's see. Next up, we've got Gurren Lagann. Again, a show I watched way too early in my anime career, in my opinion. It's a show that really just like hits it plays on a lot of anime tropes intentionally, and I feel like it would have been cool to watch this when I knew more about anime because I would have better context for a lot of the things going on in the show. But I will say, besides that, it actually I think prepped me really well for watching anime, and I think it like really like it shows because it's so tropey. I learned a lot about anime in a very short period of time. And I think that was cool. I think I really learned a lot there. So I think I'd probably throw Gurren Lagann. I'd probably throw it at the bottom of A for now. I really like Gurren Lagann. It was pretty cool. Next up, we would have. Oh wait, no, Haikyuu is here. Okay, cool. So we've got Haikyuu. I would probably say Haikyuu is one of my favorite sports anime. I'm struggling to think of one I would say is higher, but we may end up coming with something later. But I really do like Haikyuu. The characters are amazing. Really, really interesting. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like it hits on everything I hear about sports anime and more. Like I feel like it does a really good job of doing everything you want in a sports anime. I'm gonna throw it here above Aka 13. I think that's probably the best spot for it. Another show that does not show up on here, unfortunately, is Hell's Paradise. I do really like Hell's Paradise, but we'll come back to that one. Hellsing Ultimate. I have only watched the first couple episodes, though I will say that I have watched all of Hellsing Abridged. I don't know what to say about this, to be honest, because I don't know if I should base it off of my experience with the entire story of Abridged or just the one episode of the show itself. Because I thought the show was pretty cool. The animation's pretty sick and everything, but I didn't really get a whole lot out of it because it was only one episode. I'm gonna put it like right above this because I genuinely don't remember much about it if I was just to base it off the one episode, and I feel like Abridged is not a good assessment of the show. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna throw that in C for now. If I watch the rest of the show, I might change my mind. You know what I mean? Another one that is not on here, but I wish was I may be a guild receptionist, but I'll solo any boss to clock out on time. I really like that show from the couple episodes I watched, but we'll come back to that because it's not on this list. Next up is I Want to Eat Your Pancreas. This is an anime movie that I really, really love. And it's one that I feel like no one else really watched at the time, and I have recommended to so many people. And people are really turned off by the title. I'm not gonna lie. But I think I Want to Eat Your Pancreas is a really fun movie. Well, I say fun. That's not really the right description. It's a very emotional movie. It's really well written, in my opinion. And I think they do a really good job of communicating the story of someone with a terminal illness. And the way that her perspective is on it is so interesting, and I love it. I think her character is really, really sweet, and I think that both the main characters, honestly, are really, really well written. And it's just very pretty. Came out around the same time as Koe no Katachi, A Silent Voice. But obviously, I think the title really like it was very clickbaity, but I feel like also it fits, and I won't say anything more than that. I will throw that in. I'm actually going to put that up here above Bell. I think that's probably the best spot for it. Okay, next up, we've got a show called Inspector, which, if I'm not mistaken, was actually oddly similar to Copcraft in premise. Except that I think instead of like being a mage from another world, she's more of like a oh gosh. It was almost more like I'm forgetting what they call them in JJK. Um how they like get rid of evil spirits. And this was long before JJK, at least, in anime form, was around. I really liked Inspector. I think it was a cool, like, cute little buddy cop show. They kind of started falling for each other, if I remember correctly. But also there was like some crazy twists in that show, if I remember correctly. And I would have to go back and watch more, or I don't know if there's subsequent seasons. I hope there is because I thought it was pretty cool. But yeah, that's that's where I'll leave that. I thought that was pretty cool. I'm gonna rate it higher than Copcraft. Actually, I would probably put it. I'm gonna put it here. I'm gonna put it above Bento, but below Doctor Stone. I think. Um, Next up is Initial D. I liked Initial D quite a bit. I think I watched the first and most of the second season. And honestly, I think the show lives up to the hype. It's really fun. It's really cool. I think the animation's really old, but that's because it's a really old show. But it was very enjoyable for what for what it was. I don't think the plot in it or anything was particularly like crazy, but it was definitely interesting to watch. And yeah, I had a really fun time with it. So I would probably throw Initial D. Um, oh boy, I I have a hard time determining ratings between different genres, but I think I'm gonna put it right below. I'm gonna put it right below Apocrypha. I know a lot of people might not like that positioning, but I think that's a pretty decent rating as like upper B. But fuck you, it's my list. Next up we have Into the Forest of Fireflies Light, which I don't I genuinely don't remember it by that name, but I also don't remember the actual name that I remember, so I'm gonna say that's it. If I remember correctly, this was a pretty cute, like, short film. Um, and there were moments where I kind of thought it was a little creepy, but I think the story was trying to play off of the innocent nature of the one character and the other character also being innocent but in a different way. And I think ultimately it's a very wholesome, a really wholesome piece that tells a really, really sweet story. So I would probably throw that one. Um, I would put this in probably right I'd put it right below Cells at Work, I think. I think it's probably better than Heaven's Feel, just in terms of, like, emotional impact, but Cells at Work was really good. What can I say? Next up, we've got a crazy show, Inuyashiki. This show was insane, dude. This show was insane. This show was basically about an old man who got abducted by aliens, and then his entire body, like internally, was like replaced with robot parts. And he basically became like a superhero, but also like was kind of caught in this like alien plot. It was crazy. I I think it was fun and interesting. I don't think it was necessarily good. So I'm probably gonna put it in like probably like a mid C. I'll probably put it like I'll put it. I'm actually now that I think about it, I'm gonna put Death Note one below Juliet. I actually like Juliet more. I think I'm gonna put Inishiki here. I think it was fine, but it wasn't like amazing or anything. We've now got a bunch. Well, no, sorry, we're skipping one. We're skipping Isekai Quartet. That one's not on here, but we do have Island. Island was another kind of seasonal slop show that I watched. That I think was fine. But like there was a lot of weird plot arcs and stuff with it that I just think were weird. It was also very much so like, if I remember what I remember correctly, it was like a harem show. And I think it was fine. It wasn't great. I'd probably throw it in like I'd throw it like here, above Demon Slayer or Goblin Slayer. Leave it like that. Now here we've got a bunch missing, if I remember correctly. No, we don't. I'm lying. We're just missing. I've been killing slimes for 300 years and maxed out my level. We'll come back to that. Iwakakaru. This is another cute girls doing cute things show. Specifically, it was a climbing sports anime. I thought this show was actually really cool. I did not know much about climbing going into it. I came out of it knowing a lot more about climbing, which I think is a big point of shows like this. um, but yeah, the characters were pretty cool. Not particularly memorable, just because I can't remember their names right now. But I think it did what it was trying to do very well. I think I'd probably throw it in. I'd probably throw it in here, above. Yeah, I'll put it right below Inspector. That's fine. I think that's a perfectly fine spot for it. Let's see. Next up, we've got Jujutsu Kaisen 0. And oh, JJK's not on here. That's crazy. I'm gonna have to rate these separately. Is so wild. JJK 0 was actually good. I thought that they did a really good job with the movie. I'm not a big fan of JJK the show, but I did really like JJK 0. I think I'd probably put 0 in probably above Aka 13. I don't think I'd put it above Haikyuu though. But I did really like Zero. I thought it was a really good movie. I think they did a really good job with it. Next up is Kaguya-sama Love is War. I've only seen the first season, but I really loved the characters. The animation was great, especially the final animation for that one ending that they did. There was just one ending that was crazy. But yeah, it was really fun. And it was like a fun romance comedy. And so yeah, I'd probably throw that in. Oh boy, A is starting to get pretty full, but B is also getting full. I'm gonna throw it in A though. I think I probably liked it more than Aka 13 still. I think Aka 13 is slowly but surely like moving down the list a little bit. But you know, it is what it is. Next up, we've got Keep Your Hands Off Isaacin, which was a really cool anime about creating animation. About a story about these kids who had, first of all, the world they live in is really interesting. And like all of that, but like the imagination behind the writing and the art style and everything in that show is so unique and so fun and so like energetic. Um and like the way that each of the characters kind of come together to create what they are trying to do. Like it also does a good job of highlighting how much goes into animation. It's not just, oh, I have an idea, okay, now it's animated, you know? It like really takes you behind the artistry of it, and I thought that was really cool. So I think we're gonna throw that in. Let's, because I really liked Isaacin. I think I'm gonna throw it at top of B. I think it's gonna go above a Whisker Away. In my opinion, I think that's the spot it deserves. Next up, we've got Kekai Sensen, aka Blood Blockade Battlefront. I'm a big fan of Blood Blockade Battlefront. I think again, it's one of those things where I think I genuinely thought it was one of my favorite shows at the time, alongside Bungo Stray Dogs. Um, I think now because it's been so long, I also haven't seen Beyond. I've only seen the first season, which if I remember correctly was anime original prequel to the actual story, which starts in Beyond. I could be wrong about that. But I think, ooh, boy, we're getting into the nitty gritty here, bro. I think I'd probably throw this in. I'm gonna throw it in right here. I think JJK0 is a little better, but again, once I start crossing genres, it gets hard to like really determine for me. Next up, we've got Kill La Kill, which I believe was my second venture into the Triggerverse, if you will. Kill La Kill was pretty cool. It was a little wild. I didn't go into it knowing what was happening. It was a little crazy, but yeah, I liked Kill La Kill quite a bit. I think it's probably moved down just because of other things that I think are better over time, but I'd still probably put it like, oh boy, I'm having a hard time not putting this in A, but I think I'd probably put Unlimited Blade Works above it just by a little bit. I think Kill La Kill is really cool. Yo, what is up, Adrian? Welcome in. I just got here. I'm seated. Let's go. Yeah, we got so much more to go through. I'm not gonna lie to you. Because here's the thing, Adrian. Oh my god. So these are all the shows we have left. These are all the ones we've done. But the funny thing is, only about 2/3 of the things I imported in here are actually in here. Half of them, I have to go back and I'm gonna have to do a second tier list because they won't let me add any more images. So we have a lot. We have a lot to do. We have a lot to go. I'll tell you that right now. Right now, we've got like at least we've got 28 more shows at least to go through after this. And I think it's gonna get more as we go. Damn, so yeah, exactly. It's wild. Okay, next up we've got King's Game. This is a show I watched with Farah not too long ago. I believe it was with Farah because he was like, bro, this show's really bad. And I was like, all right, show me. Bet. Like, it can't be that bad. King's Game was bad, bro. Um, it had moments where it was interesting. I feel like so much of it was so bad though. Um, I think I'd probably put it in D. I'm trying to decide whether the mom anime is worse or not. I don't think so. I think this is worse than the mom anime. Just from what I can remember. I had a hard time with King's Game, man. Conversely, though, we've got Kino's Journey. This game or this show does have a subtitle. I forget what it is though. It's like Kino's Journey, a blessing on a beautiful world or something like that. A beautiful show. I don't know if this ever got a second season, but if it did, it deserves it because it was a really, really cool show. It was kind of episodic, although it did have like a bit of an overarching plot as it went like further into the season. And yeah, I don't know. I just really liked Kino's Journey. It was very pretty. And it was one of those stories where it like tells you about people as they go on. And the deeper they get into the show, the more you learn about like other characters. And it's mostly focused more on the other characters than the main character. And then eventually you start learning more about the main character and it kind of expands out from there. I would probably throw Kino's Journey in. I'll throw it in top of B. I think that's pretty fair. I think it's almost an A, but I think it did have like it's a relatively chill show, if you know what I mean. So it wasn't like I don't think I felt the hype like I would get with some of the shows in A. So that's probably why I'd put it in B. Next up, we have what I consider a very underrated show, and a show that I think a lot of people haven't seen, or at least I don't hear about it very often, is Kisniver. Now, I'm going to be completely honest with you. This was a very early show that I watched, but I remember being blown away by the story of Kisniver. I almost kind of want to watch it again because I don't remember a lot of it. But I will say I remember this being like probably in my top 5 shows at the time I watched it. I'd probably drop it down a little bit now, but I do remember this being. It was almost like the promised Neverland of like the mid 2010s, if that makes sense. I feel like that should make a little bit more sense. And I'm not talking season 2, I'm talking season 1. So yeah, if you get the chance, check out Kisniver. I think it's really, really good and worth watching. I'm gonna throw this just because it's been a while. I'm gonna put it a little bit lower. I feel like it probably deserves to be somewhere here, but it's just been a long time. I don't remember as much of the details. Next up, we got Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. Now, again, I've only watched the first season. I don't know if anything weird happens in the second season or anything like that, but I can tell you this. I think Dragon Maid is really, really fun. It's a really cute, like, wholesome comedy, and I think it was really, really fun at the time. So I'm going to probably throw it. I don't know if I'd put it higher than Devil's a Part-Timer. I think I'm going to put it right below Inspector if I had to make a, final decision, which I do. Let's see. Next up. Oh, wow, we've got one of my favorite things of all time. Again, not in here. Crazy how many of my favorites and least favorites are going to be in the other tier list. Wild. Okay, that's fine. Next up, we've got Konosuba and Konosuba the movie Legend of Crimson. I really like Konosuba. I think as a show, as a comedy and everything, it's really, really fun. I genuinely really, really like Konosuba. It's like probably, I don't know if I want to say this definitively. I think it is one of, if not my favorite isekai for sure. I'd probably put it up here. I'd probably put it above Attack on Titan, to be honest. Attack on Titan's slowly but surely dropping, if you guys didn't notice. It's just like slowly but surely sliding down the A rank. Further and further down. I don't think I would put the movie on the same tier as Konosuba, but I think it was pretty close. I would say I'll throw it like below Bell. I think the movie was fun. I also went to watch it with friends, and one of them had never seen Konosuba before, and so there were some things that happened in that movie that were like so crazy to them, and I remember their reactions being hilarious. Hilarious. So yeah, that was really fun. Okay, we've got 2 more of my like relatively high rated shows that are not going to be in this tier list because they didn't get imported. We've got Laid Back Camp and Link Click. So we will be coming back to both of those. We're not saying a word about them yet. But one that we can talk about is Little Witch Academia. I really enjoyed Little Witch. I thought it was a really cute take on like a magical girl school. And honestly, it's just really wholesome for the most part. Like, I think it was a really sweet show. It's been a long time since I've watched it, so I don't remember all the little details. But I think I could pretty happily throw this in like a B tier, probably. I'd probably put it. Let's put it here. I'd probably put it between Wakakaru and Bento. I think that's fine. Um, I think that's fair. Next up, we've got Lord El Malloy 2, which is actually one of the only Fate shows that is not in that cluster of Fate that we did earlier. It's kind of an offshoot show about one particular character. Actually, I think it's one particular character's son. I'll be honest. I think his assistant was a much more interesting character, the girl. I think she was great. He was fine. He's just like a really powerful mage, and that's about it. It was also kind of just like a story of this guy just like living in London, just chilling in between the Fate series. So I don't like. I think it was fine. I don't really remember it much, to be honest. I think I'd probably throw it in C, because it's just not very memorable for me. I'm gonna throw it here. Yeah, I'll put it there. I think that's fair enough. Lycoris Recoil was a really fun show. I hear they're getting like a second season or something, if I'm not mistaken. And I think it deserves it. Lycoris Recoil, the two main girls have so much chemistry. And it was a really fun mix between like the chill comedy and like more of a like intense combat show. Movie, thank you. Yes. What was the name of the Fate show in C? It was called Lord El Malloy 2. It has more of a name than that, but that's really all I remember. So that's what I wrote down. But yeah, Lord El Malloy 2 was that one. Now, mind you, it could also be a lot better than I remember, and I'm just forgetting. That could be my bad. But yeah, no, I love Lycoris Recoil. Their relationship between the two of them, I don't know if it's meant to look like a romantic relationship, but it definitely feels like one. And so I consider this closeted Yuri, if not openly exposed Yuri. I don't know. I'm not that good at determining those things, but I would actually throw Lycoris Recoil up here in like the upper A for me. I really liked this show, and even though it wasn't anything super special, I really felt those characters. And I think that the emotional impact hit a lot harder than it would with maybe other characters. Okay, we've got some magical girl shows now. First up, we've got the original Madoka Magica, which was my first traversal into the magical girl world, which I've been told many times was a really stupid idea, because it kind of breaks a lot of traditional magical girl tropes that I was not aware of when I watched it. So yeah, that's that. I liked it though. I thought it was really good. It's been a long time since I did watch it, so it's not like fresh in my brain to really judge as well. But I think, oh god, we're getting rough here. A and B are very crowded. But I would probably put it in front of Gurren Lagann. I think it deserves an A. I think that's fair. Magia Record Madoka Magica, though, I will say I don't remember it being very good. Like I think I don't even really know what like I don't. Here's the thing. I don't. I couldn't figure out how it was even connected, but I couldn't tell if it was a remake or if it was like an alt universe kind of thing. Like I was really confused watching this show, to be honest. I think the characters were interesting, maybe even more interesting than the original, but I think the concept of it being connected to Madoka Magica just made me confused. And so it was a gotcha game. Okay, that's interesting. I wonder how that works. I think I'm gonna probably throw it in C. Because I don't know, man. I thought it was fine. I didn't think it was great. Um, yeah, I don't know. That's about it. Next up, though, we've got Magical Girl Ore, which was my second, I believe, my second foray into the magical girl anime genre. I don't remember playing the Madoka Gachas, bad time. Yeah, I remember we talked about it at some point, Willow. Yeah, about like how how it all worked. It was not very good. But yeah, Magical Girl Ore was honestly really funny. The concept being that instead of turning into magical girls, they turn into boys with big magic staffs and bonk people and stuff. And that's the magic is turning them into muscular men. And it was actually pretty funny, I will say. I think I'd probably throw this in the top of C. I don't think it was bad. Actually, it could even deserve B. I just feel like B is getting a little crowded. So we gotta start being a little bit more a little bit more divisive between B and C, I think. But yeah, I think Magical Girl Ore was fun. And not like a really complex show, but it was funny. There's nothing wrong with that. Next up, we have Magical Girl Spec Ops Asuka, which was a magical girl show about basically militarized magical girls. And I don't really remember the plot of this show besides what I just said. I think that's about all I remember. But honestly, it was probably fun. I just don't really remember it. So I'm gonna throw it towards the bottom of C because I just don't really remember. I'd even put it there. I think that's fair. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have much else to say about that actually. Next up though we have Mashal, and I think Mashal was a really really fun show. It was not only really funny, but like it was very expressive. And it did first of all, it had an absolute bomb second opening. It also had a really good first opening. But like overall the show was just fun. I had a really fun time watching Mashal. Yeah, I don't know. No notes. Um, I think I'd probably put Mashal. Mm, I'd probably put it here. I think it was good. Magic and muscles. We love us some magical muscles, you know? All right. Next up, we've got Megalobox. Now, once again, another show that I have not seen the second season of. I've heard mixed feelings about the second season. But I will say, I think the first season was once again one of the best sports anime that I've seen, and really like leaned into this more futuristic, like dystopian version of boxing, where this guy is just trying to fight his way to the top, and in the most like overwhelming way. Like this guy was literally like fighting in pits in the sewers and like in the destitute wasteland, and the guy he was trying to fight up towards was like a super rich, like, living in luxury boxer, you know what I mean? And so he has this big old mechanism strapped to him to help him enhance his movements and stuff. And it was just, it was a really cool show. Now, again, I don't really know what they did with season 2, but I do think Megalobox deserves to be an A. I'd probably put it here. I think if I remembered it better and it was more recent, I'd remember it better and it would probably go higher, to be honest. But for now, that's where I would have to put it. Now, next up, we've got My Hero Academia Vigilantes, which I haven't watched a whole lot of. I think we've only watched the first couple episodes, but I did read the manga, and I do really like Vigilantes as a concept. I don't think it's quite as strong as the whole of My Hero Academia, but the characters are really cool, and the concepts that they're like kind of feeding into, with it being kind of like a prequel that also has nothing to do with the original show, is really cool. I would probably throw it here in just because I've also read the manga. I think I'd probably have to throw it a little higher. I think it was just the anime by itself. I would, it would be lower, but I really like the story of it overall. We will be skipping Mob Psycho 100 since it's not on here. But I now have My Hero Academia and My Hero Academia 2 Heroes. I watched, like, My Hero was one of the first anime shows I started watching. Very, very early in my anime. I'm going to turn the music down a little bit, even though I love this song. But yeah, very early in my anime watching era, if you will. And I think the story is really good. I think that there's definitely a lot of weirdos in the community. I think there's a lot of weird stuff in the community, but I do my absolute best to avoid fandoms as much as possible because I feel like in general, most of the time fandoms just ruin things for me and for everybody else. And so generally, I'm not thinking about the fandom. I'm just thinking about the show itself, and I really enjoy it. I'll stand by it, man. I've been like a day one My Hero fan. And yeah, I think I'd probably throw My Hero in here in A for sure. I even throw it probably above Haikyuu. I think it's really good, man. The first movie as well. I haven't seen any of the other movies, but Two Heroes, solid movie. I actually stand, and I now forget her name, but the main girl from the movie, the blonde girl, I think that she's a better match for Deku than Ochako would ever be. Sorry, Ochako. I do like Ochako by the way, but I like the girl from the movie more. I don't know if the movie deserves A, but I did really like the movie. I'd probably put it. Let's throw it right above Heaven's Feel. I think it was better than Heaven's Feel, but I don't think it necessarily deserves A. But it was really good. It was really fun. Next up, we've got My Teen Romantic Comedy Snafu. One of my personal favorite, like more serious romance animes. Because I don't know. I feel like a lot of the times I lean towards romantic comedies in anime, but I feel like this one was like really down to earth. Like I think it had its romantic moments, but I don't think, or sorry, I don't think it had its comedic moments, but I don't think that was like actually the mainstay. I think genuinely it was just a really genuinely good romance show, and worth watching. So I'm gonna throw it in here around. Ooh, let's see. I think I'd probably put it above Cells at Work. I really liked it. I might even put it above Kill la Kill, to be honest. No, let's put it below Kill la Kill. But yeah, I really liked Snafu. I thought Snafu was great. Next up, we've got Naruto. Now, as you guys know, I have not finished Naruto. And the reason why, if you haven't remembered from other streams, is that there isn't a 30-minute Naruto review on my YouTube channel because I've promised Farhino that whenever I do finish watching Naruto, that I will write a 30-minute review of Naruto and put it on my YouTube channel. And so that because that's not up there, you guys know I haven't finished it. I want to say like around 90 episodes in the first time I watched it, and then it was a couple years, and then I started watching it again with Jamie, and then we stopped around like 50 or so episodes. And so I think Naruto's good. I definitely don't think. I think because I don't have this nostalgia for it, it doesn't quite live up to the hype that I've heard. But I think it's also because I'm still in the part where he's a child. Like I think I will probably enjoy Shippuden a lot more. But for Naruto by itself, I think it's like it's fine. It's not amazing, but it's also fun. It's definitely got some really cool moments. I'd probably put it. Hmm, it's definitely going in B. I'm just not sure where it's going to be. You know what I mean? I'd probably put it above. Ooh. I'd put it above Golden Kamui, but not above Mashle. I think that's a fair assessment from my personal experience. Next up we've got Nekopara. This bro. Nekopara was wild, man. Obviously this is a very safe for work version of the story of Nekopara. But for what it was, I think it was cute. I don't think there was anything crazy special about it necessarily though. It wasn't like creepy and weird or bad or anything. Like it wasn't, anything like that. I just think it was cute, and I think that's about it. Like there wasn't really anything crazy about it. I'd probably throw it above Juliet. I think Juliet was fine, but I don't think it was crazy. We will skip O Maidens in Your Savage Season for One Punch Man. One Punch Man, I've only seen the first season. I heard the second season fell off. I can't remember if there's a third season or not, but I heard it gets better like the further you go. But season 1 of One Punch Man was fire, and it's all I've seen. So I'd probably put it in upper B. I think that's a fair assessment for me. Like I would be willing to put it in A, but like I don't know. I think I'd probably put it above A Whisker Away. But I think Isaac was really, really good. Third season is bad. Oh, really? It gets worse? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, boy. That's not good. You never want to hear that. Now, is that because of the manga? Like, was the manga also bad in that section? Or was it just, like, they did a really bad job with the anime? Or did it go anime original, which is even worse? That's scary. Okay. Next up, we've got Oresuki. Like Blue Lock Season 2 animation bad? I haven't seen Blue Lock Season 2, so I can't comment on that, unfortunately. I'm not aware. But I've heard that the Blue Lock Season 2 animation was bad. Now, was it just the animation, or was the story still good at least? Or was it just like, ooh, just trash? First season is A tier, rest are bad, I agree. Yeah. No, that's okay, so I guess maybe I was hearing from the wrong people. Which is definitely possible. Okay, next up, we've got Oresuki, which is another romantic comedy show. What a freaking surprise. I've watched a lot of these. This one felt really unique. I don't know if you guys have seen this show. The first episode was like crazy because they kept putting this guy on a bench and just like turning him down. It happens so many times. And at the end of the first episode, he's like getting PTSD every time he sits on the bench with someone. He's like, wait, are they gonna reject me? And it was so funny. I think the cast of Oresuki is really fun. I think this show is so like crazy and zany, but like not in the way that a lot of the other shows I've been talking about are. It's like it's very, I don't know how to describe it. It's just the main character is so down to earth. The other, like, all the girls are wild. And that's pretty much all I can say. It's also been a while since I've watched this. I hope it got a season 2 because I really did think it was fun. But you know, that's about all I can say. I would probably rate this. It's probably one of my more enjoyed romantic comedy shows. I'd probably throw it. I think it is genuinely more like memorable than Snafu personally. Yeah, I'll put it here in like upper B. Next up we have Oshinoko, which is not on this list, so we'll come back to it later. Persona 5 the animation. Okay. So, I feel like Willow's gonna have opinions on this. I know Willow's gonna have opinions on this because I know Willow has opinions on Persona 5 and the animation. I will say this. Persona 5 the animation does not capture the full story of Persona 5. If you wanted to see an animated version of like the first arc and a half of Persona 5, then it's fine. I watched Persona 5 the animation, and I genuinely was surprised when I found out there was more story in Persona 5 than what happened in P5A. I don't think, okay, here's the thing. I don't think the animation was necessarily bad. Like the actual animation itself, not like the show. I don't think the animation was necessarily that bad. I don't even think the storytelling was that bad. It's just that they didn't capture the whole story. They only captured like a tiny bit of the story, and then they were just like, yeah, you should just go play the game, actually. So I'm gonna put it in D. I don't think it's F tier. I don't think it's that bad. Because again, I don't think the show was like inherently bad. I just think that it wasn't the story of Persona 5. It was just the story of a very small portion of Persona 5. So I think I'm going to put it probably above Aho Girl. But it's still going in D. And that's just where we're at. Parasite is not on this list. Pass the Monster Meat Milady is also not on this list. But Pet is on this list. Guys, I remember hearing a lot about Pet. I'm gonna be real. I remember hearing a lot about Pet, and I just genuinely don't remember the show at all. Am I crazy? What was Pet? I rated it a 7. But I genuinely don't remember the show at all. I think it was like some kid that got caught up in like a spy ring or something. I could be completely wrong about that. I remember there being like an aquarium or something, or like not an aquarium, but like a pet store, and like that was part of it. And I think that's all I like. That genuinely, I don't really remember much else other than that. So I'm gonna put this in. I don't remember anything because I like genuinely cannot remember anything about this. And that's where we're gonna leave that. I'm actually gonna do the same thing with this next one because I don't remember Plastic Nason at all. Um, yeah, like I like genuinely I remember a friend recommending me to it, and I think I watched it. I think it was on YouTube when I watched it. And like genuinely I couldn't even tell you what this is about. I have no idea. I'm going to put this in I don't remember anything cuz I don't remember it at all. um we've got a couple of selections for the second tier list. We've got Ponyo and Promised Neverland, which we will come back to. Quintessential Quintuplets is our next romantic comedy. And here's the thing. I liked Quintessential Quintuplets. I'm trying to remember. Was there 3 seasons? All I remember is that I watched the first 2 seasons and then someone spoiled the 3rd season for me, and I was like, "Oh, well now I don't want to watch the rest of the show because they picked the girl I didn't like." I think the show was interesting. I think the premise was a little weird. But then again, I'm not exactly one to hate on weird romance concepts because I am a fan of Domestic Girlfriend. So I can't really say much. I think just because of like the way that I know that the show ends though, and like just my overall thoughts on it, I'd probably put it in lower B or upper C. I think I'd probably put it in like, yeah, let's put it yeah, we're gonna put it there. And that's gonna be my thoughts on that. Next up is another show that I have a lot of thoughts on, which is ReZero. Yeah, ReZero is a show. ReZero is in fact a show that exists. I stopped watching it. I had one friend who was so obsessed with ReZero, and to me, I got so tired of the story just being the same thing over and over again. Like he just kept dying and coming back, and like he kept getting scared that he was dying, even though it's like, bro, you've done this a billion times. Why is this still affecting you so much? I don't know. I have problems with that show, and that's pretty much where we'll pause that. But yeah, I don't know. I also the fact that the like the writer, like the guy who wrote the book, like so heavily wants you to get with Amelia, even though Amelia is clearly not the best character for the main character, is crazy. And then they kill off. I'm not even gonna go into that because I don't want to ruin it for other people, I guess. But nah, whatever. Anyway, next up we have Recovery of an MMO Junkie, which I honestly I don't remember much about this show, but I do remember it being pretty cute. It was basically just like this show about like a NEET who played MMOs, and that's about it. I don't really remember much else. I think I'm probably gonna put it in I don't remember anything. I'm tempted to maybe just drop it in like C because I thought it was like mid but not bad. But I think I'm gonna put it in I don't remember anything because I kind of feel bad trying to judge it because I don't really remember it. Redline, on the other hand, I will absolutely judge because I love Redline. Redline is a fantastic movie. If you guys have not seen it, it's a fully hand animated anime movie about a really cool race, and it gets crazy. It's a little wild, but I think Redline's really really cool. Definitely worth watching at least once, just to experience it. I've seen it like 7 times. Because my group of friends at the time, we used to watch it a lot, like a lot. And so yeah, I'd definitely throw that in A for sure. Next up, we have a show that holds a really dear place in my heart because I just really loved the concept. I thought it was really cute. It's called Release the Spice, but the spice is spelled Spyse because it's a spy show about a bunch of high school girls who are spies. And they're really, really awesome and badass and super cool. Yeah, super fun. Really like Release the Spice. I'm gonna actually throw it an A, and I know that it probably doesn't deserve it because it's like a relatively seasonal slop-ish vibes. But honestly, I love this show, and I thought it was really good. So I'm gonna put it up here with yeah, you know what? I'll throw it up here. That's fine. You know what? We're getting a little crazy now. You know what I mean? It's time to get a little crazy. We're getting deep into this tier list, and we need to start getting a little crazy. All right. So yeah, that's that. Next up, we've got Rent a Girlfriend, and I know a lot of my friends do not like Rent a Girlfriend, mostly because of the main character, or at least that's what they've told me. I don't know if maybe they just don't like the show. I really like Rent a Girlfriend. I do my best to ignore the main character and simply enjoy all of the girls in the show because they're all fun and great and crazy. Let's be honest, most of them are crazy, but that's okay. There's nothing, there's nothing wrong with a little crazy. I would throw Rent a Girlfriend right above Urasuki, honestly. I honestly love Rent a Girlfriend. I think it's really fun. And I think it's worth it. I think it's really cute. You know what? I don't care. I don't care. I think it's cute. I think it's fun. I also have a very special place in my heart for romance shows. So yeah, I don't know. Again, I don't like the MC. I agree with everybody there, but I think the girls and the story that the actual anime takes makes up for the fact that the MC is like stupid. And that's about it. All I got to say. Next up, we've got Rewrited, which again is another show that I just genuinely don't really remember anything about. This show was pretty forgettable. I just don't remember anything about it, honestly, dude. Like, it was one of those seasonal shows I picked up just to like check out something different, and I was like, yeah, okay, this is fine. And I just generally don't remember anything about it, so that's about it. Let's see. The next two are not on here, so we'll wait for them till later. Next up, we've got, oh goodness, we've got maybe we should wait. Did I not? Oh no, it is on there. Okay. Okay. Next up, we've got Sword Art Online Alicization. I'll tell you this right now. I like Alicization way more than I like SAO. I'll tell you that right now. SAO Alicization is way better than OG SAO. 100%. If I'm taking all of season 1 and 2 into account with SAO, I think Alicization was it season 1 and 2? No. I'm trying to remember if Alicization had more than one season prior to War of the Underworld. I will say this. I don't think I have War of the Underworld on here, but I choose to pretend that War of the Underworld doesn't exist because I genuinely think it was hot garbage. All of War of the Underworld was awful. Alicization was fantastic, though. And so I'm just going to pretend that War of the Underworld just didn't exist, and I'm going to pretend that Alicization is just Alicization before War of the Underworld, and I'm going to therefore put Alicization here. Yes? Okay. That's my pick. Now we've got another one that's not here, so we're gonna wait for that later. Science Fell in Love, So I Tried to Prove It. Another really cute romance show. This one taking place when the characters are adults. They're scientists working in a laboratory together, and they realize that they're starting to fall for each other, but they don't understand how love works, and so they use science to try to prove what love is. And it's really cute. It's really wholesome. It's really fun. I'm gonna throw it up here. Probably. I'm gonna put it here. I think that's a fair spot. I think it was good. It was a lot of fun. So we'll pop it in B. Next up we have Shelter. Now this one, I'd say it barely counts as an anime, but it was an animated music video that was produced by Crunchyroll. Oh, don't worry, Adrian. I will absolutely be posting the final list in the Discord. Absolutely. But yeah, no worries, homie. Thanks for hanging out for a bit. I appreciate it. I hope you had fun, and we'll see you later. But yeah, Shelter, I would barely consider it an anime, but I will say this. I have watched it many times, and it has genuinely brought me to tears every time I've watched it. I'm gonna throw it in S rank just because it holds such an emotional place in my heart. I remember at one point, I was in my senior year English class, and we had nothing to do. It was towards the end of the year. We were almost done. And so me and my friends, we were just messing around, watching stuff on YouTube, and we opened up, for some reason, we opened up Shelter. And we watched Shelter during class while everybody else was doing whatever the hell else they were doing. And me and my two friends sitting there watching Shelter in class were literally crying watching this in class. And our teacher, who, no joke, sat 5 feet away from us, was just looking at us like a bunch of morons, staring at our computer screens, crying as nearly adult men. And that particular memory has a very weird but very wholesome place in my heart. So we're going to lock that in there. Now, next up, we've got Shield Hero. And I'll tell you this. I've watched the first season and maybe a half, maybe season and 2/3 of Shield Hero, and I've got to say this. I really liked the concept of Shield Hero. I really liked the first season of Shield Hero. The second season, I don't really know why, but it just didn't grab me like the first season did, and I had a really hard time getting through the second. I mean, obviously, I did get through the second season, but yeah, I had a really hard time getting through the second season. And so if I had to judge it just based off of the first season, I would probably put Shield Hero in like mid to upper A. I think because of how difficult it was for me to get through the second season, I'm probably gonna put it I think just because of the second season, I've got to put it a little higher. I think I'm going to put it here. We'll put it row 2 of B. I think that's relatively fair, all things considered. Next up, we've got Shiro Bako, which is an anime about making anime. Honestly, really wholesome, really cool. I learned a lot about making anime, and this is different from Keep Your Hands Off Isaac. This was just talking about animation in general, and it's a lot more creative and open and like artistic, I would say. It's a lot more amorphous and creative, whereas Shirobako was very grounded. It was very like, okay, this is a business. We are business people. We are doing this. But like showing how the business side of animation works, showing how the actual process works specifically in terms of like how the actual animation, like anime industry works, was really, really interesting, insightful. I don't think it was a particularly like crazy emotional experience necessarily or anything, but it was definitely fun to watch. I'd throw it in like lower B, maybe even C, but I feel like that's a little low. It was a really well produced show, so I think that's a relatively good spot for it. All right, we've got another one we're skipping. Now we've got Slow Start. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I don't really remember this one much. If I look it up real quick, let me see if I can find. If I remember correctly, like it's something about like a girl who's like got like literally started late to her class or so, like her she was late, starting her classes or something. Like she came into school, and like it was after the semester had already started or something. But I genuinely don't really remember. Again, I think it was like one of those like seasonal slop, like cute anime girls just doing stuff shows, but it was fine. I don't think it was like anything crazy. I'm probably gonna pop it. I'd put it down here with Magia Record, just because I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's as bad as Goblin Slayer or any of these down here. But like it wasn't fantastic. Soul Levante, first of all, I'm pretty sure this is an OVA. I don't even think this is a show, but I genuinely don't remember this at all. I remember hearing it was really good. I think the animation was probably fine, but I genuinely just don't remember. So I'm going to put it in there. And we're just going to kind of leave it at that. Next up, we got Soul Eater. And Soul Eater was a really good show until the last, like, episode or two. And then it kind of fell off. I really, really liked the animation, the characters, the concept, the themes of Soul Eater. I thought it was really, really sick. But I feel like it just didn't stick the landing. So I'd probably, I mean, honestly, I think it was still pretty good. I'd put it above Naruto, I think. Just, again, I think once I finish Naruto, Naruto would move up. But right now, with my current thoughts on the shows, I think I'd probably put it right above Naruto as Soul Eater. Let's see. Next up, we've got Spirited Away, which is a classic movie. Studio Ghibli, one of the first Studio Ghibli I ever watched. Oh, there's partaking in some Cheez-Its. I've watched it English. I've watched it Japanese sub, Japanese with English sub, and I just honestly, I really love it. It's really beautiful. It's a great story. Um, I know that a lot of people probably like write it off because they watched it as a kid and they watched it in English, but I genuinely think the story is really really well done. Um, like a really beautiful story. I'd definitely throw that one an A for sure. Spy Family. Okay, I have beef with the anime community and specifically with my friends at the time when Spy X Family came out. Here's the thing. I read the Spy Family manga when it first came out, and I thought it was such a cool idea. I thought it was so cool. I was like, yo, wait, that's so sick. An assassin, a spy, and a daughter or a child who can read minds. That is an insane concept for a show. Crazy concept, or for a manga. And I loved it. I read through probably what would have been at least the first 2 seasons of the manga, and I was recommending it to all of my friends. I was like, guys, you have to check this out. It's so good. And everybody's like, dude, that sounds like such a stupid concept. What the heck? Why would you watch that? Or why would you read that? That sounds so dumb. And then the anime comes out, and it blew up, bro. All of those same friends were coming at me like, oh my god, you gotta check out this anime Spy Family. And I was like, bro, I'm gonna pound your face in. Shut the hell up. Oh my god. And everybody loved it. And mind you, I also loved it. I thought the first season was awesome. But it's just like, why is everybody like this? From what I've heard, the story hardly ever progresses, only ever focuses on comedy. Well, here's the thing. Okay, this is what I'll say. I've only seen the first season to start off for the anime, but I'm pretty sure that the manga and the anime are pretty closely. Like, I think they did a pretty good job translating the manga to the anime, as far as I've heard. There's not a ton of overarching story. There is a bit, and I think that they do dabble in like making progress to the overarching story, but I think really, to be honest, they have a really like unique concept that they can work with Spy Family, and there's so many angles to it. There's the school angle, there's the spy angle, then obviously you have the assassin angle. Like there's so many different little bits and pieces that are all happening in order to make this story work. But because of that, there's so much they can explore. And so I don't know. Like I don't think they've made a ton of overall progress in the plot, but I think that's because, to be fair, like there's like one step, really. You know what I mean? There's not a whole lot of progress to be made. So I don't know. I just think it's really fun and a really like genuinely good story. That's just it's not supposed to be super complicated. To be honest with you, as complicated as the premise is, it's not meant to be super complicated. And again, maybe it's not for everybody, but I genuinely loved the story. I think that the different angles, the new characters they bring in and stuff all make sense. And I don't know, I just think it's a really fun story. I love it. But yeah, also Kumo, thanks you so much for grabbing your daily gacha pull. If you would like to pin a message, as always, you're welcome to do so. Just drop it in that, I was gonna say the comment section in the chat, and we'll go ahead and pin it for you. Yours, best girl. Yours is great. I love Yor. She's great. Yeah, personally, just for my own vendetta, we're gonna be putting Spy Family in A. I'm trying to think where I would put this though. I'd probably put it like, I'll put it there. I think that's fair. Spy Family. Yeah. You're good, Willow. I figured it out. HSR milk tier list soon. All right, I got you. There you go. That's wild, by the way. I just want to put that out there. Dax, thanks for grabbing your daily fixer fee. Today we helped you find a quiet hotel to, well, take care of business. You know, is just biz. No, no hanky panky. Unless that's what you do for business. That's that's neither here nor there. Now we will be skipping one more, but we are moving on to Sword Art Online chat. Guys, I'm an SAO hater. I just want y'all to know. I put Alicization high because I think Alicization itself was good. War of the Underworld was dog shit, but we're not talking about War of the Underworld right now. We are talking about Sword Art Online, Season 1 and Season 2. Not a fan. Not a fan. I think the first half of Season 1 was fine. I think my big problem and my huge critique with SAO is that they so many times put these, like, sexual assault scenes into things that just don't need it. Like, the plot would be completely fine without those scenes. And I'm not going to say that that's my biggest gripe with SAO, but I feel like it's just such a bad... Like, it's just so unnecessary. And I feel like I can't help but think that it's just the writer being a creep. You know? It does, yeah. So the in the second season, his sister / cousin was, like, falling in love with him and trying to get him to get with her. It's just, God, it could have gotten more Accelerated World anime instead of some of the SAO seasons. Almost and go. No, yeah, we didn't get fully into it, but, like, she was interested and was trying to get with him and trying to get him to get with her. And so I'm just like, bro, what the hell? Like, I think the original concept was pretty cool, and I think that they could have done cool stuff with just that original concept. I think it fell off a ton from the first half of the first season to the second half of the first season. Huge drop off, huge disappointment. I will say I actually liked SAO season 2 first half way more, and I think the second half of season 2 was better than the second half of season 1. But I think that a big part of that is because also I'm a Sinon stan, so I like Sinon from season 2 way more than I like Asuna from season 1. I think season 2 was more interesting. I will say though that I think the kill concept for GGO was a lot stupider than the one from season 1. I think this, like, the thing is, the other thing too, you have to consider that, like, SAO came out when the concept of you die in the game, you die in real life wasn't really a thing. Nowadays it's a meme, right? And so, like, I think that concept in and of itself was interesting, and it could have, like, it's one of the reasons why SAO is a staple anime, whether you love it or you hate it, right? It's one of the reasons why everybody knows SAO. But I feel like they could have done it better. They could have done it less creepy, less gross. They could have done it with a better second half to, like, clinch the story and make it interesting. But yeah, I like GGO. I thought GGO was cool. Overall, SAO, because this is SAO seasons 1 and 2 that I'm judging here, so I feel like there's a lot riding on this. And so because of that, I'm actually going to throw it right here. I'm going to put it above. Ooh, see, no, but I really like GGO. I'm gonna put it in. Oh god, I think, like, if Farah sees me put it anywhere higher than C, he's gonna be mad. I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put it here. I'm gonna put it second in C. I think it's fine. Some guy breaking into houses and killing the gamers as they die in game is so stupid. It is stupid. I think that was stupid. I think they could have just made it the premise of the first one. But I think the idea of someone trying to replicate the feeling of the first game in in GGO, like, makes sense, but I think they just played it out in a stupid way. You know what I mean? I think going around and killing them is stupid. And you know how difficult it would be? Like, imagine a character dies, and now you have to, like, drive across the country or take trains across the country, and just to hope that they don't close the game and just leave? Like, oh, that's stupid. Like, I know that the whole idea was that they're targeting specific people, but, like, imagine if they kill the wrong guy. Like, that would be so dumb, dude. Oh my god. SAO spinoff is better than SAO. You're talking about GGO alternative, or SAO alternative GGO. I did like GGO. I like GGO quite a bit. Unfortunately, I did watch it, but it's not. For some reason, the image didn't upload, so we're gonna have to put that on the second tier list. So we'll get to that one later. Sword of the Stranger, I remember being really good. I remember Sword of the Stranger being really good. It's a really cool movie. And yeah, I don't want to go too far into it other than that because I think you guys should watch it. It's really cool. I would probably throw it in. God, B is so populated, bro. I think we're gonna have to start moving stuff down from B to C because we're getting to the point where we're almost gonna have 5 rows of B. I'm gonna put Sword of the Stranger here. I think it's pretty solid. It's pretty good. I'm shocked you haven't seen Girls Band Cry. Girls Band Cry. I don't. That doesn't sound familiar to me, at least. Okay, this is actually a show that I'm actively watching with my friends right now. In fact, I believe we're gonna go back and watch more of it once this tier list stream ends. Is The Executioner and Her Way of Life. I actually really like the premise of this show. I think it's a really, really interesting take on the isekai genre. Basically, well, I don't even know if I want to tell you guys. I feel like I should just tell you guys to watch the show. It's cute, but it's dark, but it's fun, and as I said, it's a really interesting take on the isekai genre. And if you guys haven't seen it, I think it's worth watching. I would almost consider it isekai slop, except that it's not. It's just like actually a really fun show. So I would definitely check it out. It's cool. Right now, I would probably, just because of the premise, honestly, I'm gonna put it relatively high. I feel like I wouldn't put it higher than like My Hero or Naruto necessarily. But I wanna put it. No, you know what? I could put it above those. I'm gonna put it here. I like that. I like that. I think that's a pretty good spot. But yeah. Original anime is one of the best 3D anime, and it's also the best girl rock band anime. Oh, Girls Band Cry is an idol show based on the Bandari group. Oh, okay. I'm not familiar with the Bandari group. Okay. Okay. Next up. Oh my goodness. Daxia. Thank you so much for grabbing your daily gacha pull. We're going to swap over to the military Chloe outfit for a bit. Heck yeah, let's go. Okay, there we go. Okay. Let me bring my stuff back up real quick. Okay, here we go. Where's spider anime? Which one's the spider anime? I don't think I've spider anime. I'm not familiar with that. I don't think. Could be wrong, but I don't think. Okay, next up we got the Garden of Words. The Garden of Words was a really interesting. I think it was a movie. It may have been a short film. I don't remember it being too super long. I think it was like an hour or so. The Garden of Words was a romance. But it was. I will say this: Garden of Words is a beautifully animated movie. The premise is a little weird. If anybody has seen it, you'll know what I mean. And it's a romance about like two people who find themselves in a place and kind of open up to each other. In like a less than ideal situation. And I don't know, it's like on one hand I can resonate with it, but on the other hand it's kind of creepy. And so like that part I definitely don't resonate with. But yeah, it's very interesting. And definitely worth checking out. I would say. But yeah, be prepared. It can be a little weird. But I think it's really good. And as I said, beautiful animation. It's the same guys who did Your Name and Weathering with You, if I remember correctly. Miyazaki, right? But yeah. So I think it was really good. A little weird, but very interesting. I'd probably throw it in C. Just because again, as I said, it gets a little weird. I think we're gonna let me reorient this stuff a little bit. I think we're gonna bring some of these down to C as well. Some of these last few here, just because again, not that I think they're bad. I just don't think that they. I don't. I think B has become overpopulated, and I think D also. To be honest, we need to start bringing things down to D as well, because some of these now that I'm looking at them are like not that good. So I think I'm gonna reorient some of these. I actually, yeah, that's fine. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, I think that's relatively clear. Isn't that the isekai spider anime? Is there an isekai spider anime? I'm not particularly familiar, to be honest. Okay, Garden of Words we've done. Next up is the Helpful Fox Senko-san. I actually think this show was really cute. It's literally just about this little fox girl that comes and helps out this guy. And it's really sweet, honestly. I think it gets a little like oddly romantic occasionally, but like for the most part, it's just really, really wholesome. He's just like he just has this really adorable fox companion that helps him out and stuff. And I think Senko's really, really cute. Overall, I thought the show was very cute. I don't think it was like, you know, breaking any not boundaries, breaking any records or anything, but I think it was a cute enough show that it like, you know, it deserves its own, you know, reputation. I'd say it's around the same you know, like vibe as a Dragon Maid. Maybe even a little cuter, to be honest with you. But yeah. Let's see. Next up, we've got we've got the Ice Guy and his cool female colleague. This was a really fun romance show. Literally this guy who like freezes everything and his colleague who's like really low key and chill. And they end up sparking a little romance and they end up starting to go on dates and stuff. And it's really sweet. It's a really cute, like young adult, romance. And I think it's really worth watching if you guys haven't seen it. I'd say similar vibes if you've seen the Science Fell in Love show. I'd say it's like a similar vibe to that, and I'm actually gonna rate it pretty similarly, I think, as well. I actually might even put it a little bit higher. Because I think I liked it probably more than Shield Hero. So yeah, we'll put that there. Next up, we have we got a lot of these like little seasonal slop shows. Oh my goodness, a bunch of these are missing. No. Okay, we'll come back and talk about the Masterful Cat, To Be Hero X, and Toradora in the second tier list. But next up, we have Tower of God. And I gotta tell you guys, Tower of God, if you guys have been sleeping on this one, that's really disappointing because Tower of God is genuinely such a fantastic show. I've only seen season 1. I think they released a season 2, or maybe they have a season 2 upcoming. But I've read the manhwa for this one, and honestly, the story's so sick and it's so long. I hope that they keep animating it because the story's really cool. And the anime does veer off a little bit, although I feel like for at least, because again, I've only seen first season, I feel like they've done a good job of like making some things make a little bit more sense. Because I think there was a couple things that were in the first season in the manhwa that were a little confusing. And I feel like they kind of cleaned that up a little bit. But yeah, I don't know. I've really enjoyed it. I obviously have read a lot more of the manhwa than I've watched the anime, but I think that the story is really cool, and I hope that they keep doing well. Because honestly, the animation and the like music. Oh my god, the music was awesome. The opening was sick. Yeah, really, really fun. I would probably rate it higher, but again, it's still in its very infant stages, and I feel like it's got a lot to go. So I'm excited to see kind of where it grows from here. Fred caught up. I'm just disappointed. Oh, you're disappointed with the rant? Really? Okay. I mean, that's fair enough. No judgment from me. But personally, I think the anime was pretty solid. Again, I do know that they made some changes between the two. But I don't necessarily hate the things they changed. So I'm not pressed. Okay. Next up, we've got Uma Musume, guys. I'm gonna tell you right now, and I know I'm gonna sound like a broken record, guys. I watched Uma Musume before it was cool. You heard what I said. I watched Uma Musume on release. And all my friends made fun of me. They're like, oh my God, what the heck? Why are you watching a show about horse girls racing? Bro, when I tell you, I then went home and downloaded the Japanese version of the Uma Musume mobile game and learned to play it in Japanese, even though I've never understood Japanese. That's how much I enjoy Uma Musume. I really liked it. Now, here's the thing. I'm not going to say it's S tier because I think that's a little too much. I do really like Uma Musume. As I said, I think I really like Uma Musume. I don't think that the animation is like as S tier as something like Freyrin. I don't think I can put it on that same tier. I don't think I could put it in that same place. But where would I put Uma Musume? Because it is really sweet. It is very cute. I like it a lot. It's got a good plot. It's very emotional. But Pyro, thanks for grabbing your daily fixture fee and your daily gotcha night pull. I will take my hands off the, well, okay. The hands are off. That's not where it's getting placed, though, I promise, chat. Pyro, thanks for grabbing your daily fixture fee for the 61st time. Today, we helped you find some important RAM so you can keep more than one Chrome tab open. Good for you, my guy. I love to hear it. At least you can run your Google Chrome now. You know, it's really important. What about Cinderella Grey? I've heard about Cinderella Grey, but I've never watched it myself. So yeah, I can't speak to that because I have not watched it, but I have heard a lot about it. I've had people recommend it to me for like years now, I feel like. But yeah, I have not seen it. Okay, Uma Musume. I honestly don't think I can justify putting it above Haikyuu and My Hero Academia. I'm having a hard time making that decision. But like, you know what? No, I'm gonna put it here on par with Lycoris Recoil. I'd say I liked it about the same as I liked Lycoris Recoil because both of them were really, really good. I really enjoyed both. So that's where I think making that comparison, I think that's the fairest place I could put it. All right, next up we got Vinland Saga. I have only seen the first season of Vinland Saga, so we've got to assess it based off of just that, right? I thought the first season of Vinland Saga, though, was like some top tier anime, and I know it has apparently gotten only better from there, from what I understand. I really, really liked Vinland Saga. I am tempted to put it in high A, but just knowing some of the other things I have in here, I think that would be a little bit incorrect. I think I'd probably put it above My Hero. I'll put it here. I think that's a pretty, relatively decent place. Where's Code Geass ranked? Okay, Kumo, if you like Code Geass, I'm gonna be honest, you're gonna hate what I did with it. I put it in bottom of B. It's right here. I've only seen the first season and the first couple episodes of the second season of Code Geass, but honestly, I don't know. It didn't really click for me. I liked the politics and I liked the mechs and stuff and the combat, but like I don't know. I wasn't really into his old ability and stuff. I don't know. I thought it was kind of weird, but it is, it is what it is. That's again just my opinion. I'm not a big fan of that. But yeah, the other thing, Kumo, to keep in mind, I haven't watched any anime at all for like years. It's been a long time. The only anime I watch these days is when I watch it with friends. Just because I have a really hard time actually like getting myself to watch shows. I also just generally don't have a whole lot of time to watch shows in general. And so a lot of times if I'm watching shows, it's because I've made plans ahead of time to hang out with friends and we are watching something. So yeah, generally speaking, like the only anime I watch these days, like for example, when we were talking about Executioner, where was that? Here it is, Executioner's Way of Life. That I'm only watching that because I'm watching it with friends, and I think it's really, really good. And like ideally, I would love to watch it even if I was watching it by myself, but I know I just won't do it. And Code Geass was one of those shows I watched by myself, so I probably would not like, I don't know if I'll ever finish it just because when the heck am I going to do it is kind of my idea. But either way, next up we've got Violet Evergarden. And genuinely, I think this is one of my favorite anime shows of all time. Violet Evergarden is so well crafted, so well animated. It's a beautiful show with a beautiful story, with a really, really unique main character. And yeah, man, it's hard to top Violet Evergarden. I'm actually considering putting her show in S tier, to be honest. Um, I might do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put Violet in S tier for now. Things may adjust, but I do think that Violet Evergarden is genuinely like such a beautiful story. And it's so well put together in the episodes that they give us. I think that they do a good job of leaving breathing room. I think that a lot of people may see Violet as being a show that has a lot of empty space, but I think if you're really paying attention, and you're looking at the details, there's so much beauty in that show. It really is. Yeah. They better not mess up the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint anime. Oh, what's that? I've never heard of that. I assume that's a manga that's getting turned into an anime. How did the MC in Violet Evergarden gets with her father figure? Um, I wouldn't. Well, no. um, the thing with Violet Evergarden is that she just doesn't like. She wasn't raised with an understanding of what love is, and so the show is a analysis. I don't even want to say analysis, but it's a exploration into what someone who doesn't know what the concept of love is learns what love is, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? And so I think there is a point in the show where she's like she attempts to, you know, do something along that regard, but I think the reason why is because up until that point, that's the only way she's been taught love is expressed. And so as the story moves forward, that is something she learns to that is not the case, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? And I think she mistook that. I think she misread because that's the only thing she's witnessed, right? That she misread his care for her as that feeling, and over time she comes to realize that that's not what it was. And I think that's what's important. And one of the most beautiful things about the show is that she's learning what different kinds of love are. Yeah. So she ends up with I don't know. Again, I'd have to go back and watch. It's been a while. But I don't remember that being the case, to be completely honest with you. But yeah, great story. Even though it had a system in it, MC isn't this overpowered and all god. Oh, that's great. I love to see that because I hate super overpowered MCs personally. I think that I mean, like, I think there's some stories that do it well, but I think it's very hard. Speaking of, no, that's not a good way to introduce this. Speaking of things that I watched a long time ago, though, Watamote is the second anime that I ever watched after Attack on Titan. It went Attack on Titan, and then I was like, you know what? Let me watch something seasonal to like get into this. Watamote. It's Your Fault I'm Not Popular. Probably one of the most cursed shows I've ever watched. Mind you, again, I don't remember many of the details of it because it's been a long time since I watched it. It literally was the second show I watched. It's so cursed, dude. I think I'm gonna have to put it in D tier. I'm gonna put it in the top of D because at least it was like it holds a special place in my heart as being one of the first shows I watched. But it's also so cursed, bro. Oh, it's so bad. It's rough. Now, this one, I love this show. This is another romance like harem anime. Called We Never Learned Bokuben. And I had read the entire manga. This is one of the few shows that I actually read the entire manga before the anime came out. And I both loved and hated the anime adaptation because I really enjoyed seeing these characters live in their characters. You know what I mean? Like actually see them voiced and see them moving and interacting and stuff like that. But I did not like the ending. The one thing I really liked about Bokuben, which I don't know if other manga or shows have done this before, but what they did is they went through and actually wrote separate endings for each of the romance options. And then some options for if you didn't romance anyone, or if you remained friends with everybody. And like there was like 12 different endings to this manga, which I think would have been a little ridiculous for the anime. But I do think that Like what they did, because I think they, like many shows used to, where they were like, oh man, we're not gonna get the funding for another season, so let's just end it here. They like skipped like like 3/4 of the manga and just were like, okay, well, we're gonna romance this character, and that's how it ends. I was like, oh, what? Because I feel like at that point in the story, they had barely even met that character in comparison to the others. And so I really just didn't like that character being the romance option for the ending. Overall, though, if I was to take the manga into consideration, I would probably rate it in the A's. Because I'm not considering the manga, I'm probably gonna put it lower in B. I'm gonna put it below Wakakaru. I really liked the show. I liked the manga more, and that would be my final verdict. Next up, we got Weathering with You, which is another one from the guy who did Your Name and the one we were talking about earlier. Weathering with You, I think, was really good. I don't think it was quite as good as Your Name, but I honestly, it was genuinely a beautiful story. I think it's really worth watching. And the animation's just stunning, like any of those movies have been. So I think it's definitely worth checking out if you haven't. Um, I'm trying to think where I would put this. I'd probably put it. I'm not gonna put it above Spirited Away. I think that's crazy. I'll put it at the bottom of A for now, and then I think we'll come back because Your Name is here as well, so we'll come back to that later. Next we've got Whispers of the Heart, which is a probably a bit lesser known Ghibli movie. And if you guys don't know it, you may know it as the Country Roads Ghibli movie, the one where they sing Country Roads a bunch, the song that was a meme, yes. But it's genuinely a really cute and wholesome story. I don't know if I would put it super high, but I think it's like, I think if you like look past the meme, I think it's actually a really, really wholesome, fun story, and I think it's, again, worth checking out if you have the opportunity. Wonder Egg Priority is a show that I really enjoyed. I thought Wonder Egg Priority was actually really fun. And then they released the OVA. And in my opinion, the OVA, which is like technically the ending of the show, kind of ruined it for me. The concept was fun. It was kind of like a new post Madoka Magica, more modern spin-off take of a magical girl show. And I thought it was really cool. They didn't have a definitive ending until the OVA, and I think the ending that they came up with in the OVA really ruined the entire concept. But I will say this. I will say this. If you ignore the OVA, which I'm going to do for this particular rating because it's such a small overall aspect of everything, I would actually probably put it in high B. I'd probably throw it here. The main characters are really cute. I love the design of the main girl. I think she's adorable. And I need more blue-haired main character girls. For sure. Blue and yellow, great color combination. I'm just gonna say it, okay? I'm gonna throw it in here. I'm probably not. I'm gonna. Okay, wait. Let's throw it. I'll put it here. That's fine. But yeah. Whenever an anime randomly switches to 3D, I can't stop thinking of that shitty 90s Iron Man thing where halfway through the transformation it goes full 3. Yeah, it was really bad. It was really bad. 80% of the OVA was just a recap. Yeah, and then the 20% that was left was awful. It was so bad. It made me so mad. It made me so mad because I really enjoyed the show until the OVA, and then I watched the OVA and I was like, wow, this is. I wish I didn't watch this. But you know, it is what it is. The thing is, the show didn't really have a conclusion before that either, so it was like either you were left empty-handed or you ruined the show. And to me, I would have rather been empty-handed. Either way, next up is Wotakoi, another really good adult romance show, showing honestly some of the probably the most healthy relationships in any anime I can think of in modern times. It's a really, really good show. And I think it deserves to be more popular. Jamie and I are both huge fans of it. And so yeah, I definitely think if you haven't checked it out, I would. I'm gonna throw it probably right above Bella, actually. I think that's fair. Next up, we've got Your Name, which honestly is just legendary at this point. If you guys haven't seen Your Name, I don't know what you're doing with yourself, but I gotta throw this. It's gotta be like upper I think it's probably better than Black Clover. It's such a fantastic story. The animation's beautiful, story's compelling. The twist was so gut wrenching the first time you watch it, and like absolutely worth checking out if you get the chance. So good. Yaomushi Pedal is a sports anime about cycling. And I've only watched the first like 2 episodes. So I genuinely don't remember anything about it except that it's about cycling. So I honestly think I'm probably gonna throw it, and I don't remember anything because I really don't remember anything, and that's about it. Next up, we got Zom 100. I love this show. I really, really love this show, and I promise it's not just because the main character looks just like Deku, but he does. And I will admit to that. I really do think the main character looks just like Deku, and it's really weird. But besides that, I like genuinely the year that this came out, I think it was the only anime I watched, or one of the only anime I've watched in years that I watched on my own. Um, oh my god, I love this show. It was so much fun. It was chaotic. The concept was also like the base concept of like being someone who's so stressed out that when the zombie apocalypse happens, you feel like you're free is so relatable. Like it's so relatable, dude. So yeah, I really really enjoyed this show. I thought again the premise was fun, the characters were cool, and yeah, the one guy is naked a lot, which is weird, but real, I guess. I don't know. I'm gonna throw this in here, probably here. I think it's worth I think it deserves it. So yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. I think I'm also gonna start probably moving some more things down into C because we're getting stuffed in B again. Although let's be honest, there's a lot of things in B, but it is what it is. Last show for the first tier list, because that's a sentence I have to say. We have 47 shows to go through for the second tier list, by the way, chat. I just want to put that out there. Okay, I want you guys to know we had 125 on the first tier list. We got another 47 to go. We're not done. But the last one I've got on this tier list is Zombieland Saga. And honestly, this was another show that I was like, oh my god, this is fantastic. And so many people were like, no, that sounds stupid. When I first started watching it and telling my friends about it, I thought Zombieland Saga was so much fun. I know they did do 3D for some of their animations and stuff. Honestly, I feel like for the most part, I wouldn't say you couldn't tell, but like I felt like it was relatively seamless for a decent bit. It wasn't enough to like piss me off. You know what I mean? It wasn't the kind of thing where it was like I'm watching this and it's clearly 3D versus the 2D. Like I knew it was 3D, but I think the way that they did it still felt pretty like seamless. In terms of like it vibed right. Like the animation wasn't clunky. They also, if I remember correctly, it was one of the first shows I watched where they actually did the false frame rate, so that it actually felt like a little bit more 2D in the animation, and I like that. I think that makes a lot of 3D in anime look more like the 2D, is when they slow down the frame rate so it doesn't look super smooth. And I think that was really cool. I think they did a good job with that. In terms of overall show and everything, I think the characters were really fun. The main character, oh my god, that intro scene is crazy and iconic. I mean, it's become a meme everywhere at this point. And so yeah, I would definitely throw this in here. I'd probably throw it in here like, oh boy, I'm actually kind of having a hard time with this one. I might throw it in. I'll throw it here. Actually, I'll throw it right below Mashal, I think. I think that makes sense. I think that's a fair place to put that. But yeah, so that's the first tier list done, guys. That's the first, 126 images. So there's that. I will go ahead and save that later, and then we'll obviously post that on the Discord. But we have a second template to do. So let's go ahead and throw these in here. I grab all of these, open. I'm just going to basically go through and double check and make sure that they're actually all in here. Because some of them aren't. Are you kidding me? How are we still missing some? 47 files selected. How is that possible if there's one missing? What? Where is Ancient Magus? Oh, Ancient Magus is down here. Okay. Black Butler, Black Fox. Blendess here. Okay, it's weird that it's like separating them out. I just want to make sure everything's actually here so we don't like I'm not losing my mind. Citrus, Cowboy Bebop. What is this? Domestic Girlfriend. Okay. I mean, if any of them do get missed, I guess we're just gonna have to like figure it out. But I think they should all be in here, hopefully. So, there we go. Okay. New tier list, chat. Second tier list, if you will. Time for the second, Mr. President. There's been a second tier list. Okay. So let's do this. First of all, we're gonna go ahead and make 2 more rows. Let's go ahead and make this one the F tier. And we're gonna make this one the what do we call it? I don't remember anything. Okay. So where are my images? Hello? What? Yeah, please add all of my images, por favor. What? Hello? Oh, they're loading. Maybe? Or is this an ad? What is happening? Where are my images? Symbol has 47 images. I think you're lying to me. There's no images here. Hello? I can't tell if this is an ad or what. Like, what is this? Hello? Hold up. I think I figured out the problem. These are WebP images. Crap. Guys, I figured out the problem. They're WebP images. Let me see if I can mass convert them to PNG. I'm gonna see if I can mass convert them. Let's see. What? Wait, what? Why is this? Yeah, give me a second, guys. This is being annoying. Just vibe to the music, you know? Oh god, okay. To go through and individually set these all to PNGs. Okay. Hopefully this will just do all of them at once though. That would be nice. I mean, if there's 47 of them when it comes out, then we know it's right? Hopefully. All right. Yeah, I didn't realize that tier list maker doesn't do PNGs, which is fair, I guess, or doesn't do WebP images, which is fair, I guess, but also like I don't know, I just didn't see that coming. I also kind of assumed because I used a mass square cropping site to just crop all of the images to square, and I'm surprised that that didn't convert all of them to the like one file type. But you know, it is what it is, I guess. My account has run out of conversion credits. What do you mean? What the hell? Bruh. Okay. There's no way I'm gonna have to go through and convert all of these to PNG, like by hand. Alright, give me a second, chat. I gotta figure something out for this. This is gonna bother me. I'm opening Photoshop. Hopefully, I'll just be able to use the original tier list, though. To be honest, that'd be really nice. I'm trying to... One second. Here, I'm gonna have to close this for a second, chat. I do apologize. I say a second, but it's probably gonna be longer than that. Oh, God. Okay. Let's open a Square Photoshop document. Okay. It's about to get crazy, bro. Hopefully, my stream doesn't crash. Because Spotify, Photoshop likes to break. When I run it on stream for some reason. Or rather, it likes to break my OBS. So, hopefully we don't run into any issues, but I guess we'll find out. Are you... That's crazy. Okay. I'm gonna have to go through and individually export every single one of these again. That's crazy. Okay. So this is gonna take me a second, chat. I don't know. Would you guys rather me just go AFK for a bit? Or just keep... We can... I mean, we can still chat and stuff, but this is gonna take a second to set it up. I mean, or if we're just chilling, then we're just chilling, you know? I don't mind that, but I just feel bad if I'm just gonna be making you guys wait. That's all. I believe I physically have to go through and export all of these as PNGs. That's so crazy. I want to ask, when we were talking about Godzilla last stream, do you have any Godzilla figures? I don't have many figures. I do have some figures, but I do not have any Godzilla figures. I think my dad does, though, actually. I believe my dad has a Godzilla statue. I don't think it's a figure, but it's more of a statue. But yeah, no, I do not have any personally. My dad's like an OG fan of, like, he's been watching Godzilla since he was like a little child baby. Yeah, I'm gonna try to import these into the other tier list then. If we could just do it all in one tier list, I'd rather do it that way. It would really suck to have to do two separate ones. I have tons of Godzilla figures from Monster Arts, Hiya Toys, Bandai, Movie Monster, and Play. Oh, dang, okay. Okay. I see you. Heck yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, and NECA, I forgot about that. Oh, okay, okay. Hell yeah, dude. Nah, we love to see it. I love me some like models and statues and figures. For real, for real. Am a fan. Oh show. Sorry, I don't mean to be talking out of my ass right now, but I am also trying to get these exported as quickly as possible. So my brain is kind of fried. My apologies. Yeah, okay, so I am curious that, if, because you are a very big Godzilla fan, what was your thoughts on -1? Because personally, I do think -1 is my favorite Godzilla by far. Um but also, to be fair, I think it's the only one I've seen in the theater. Um so, like, there is a little bit of bias there, I would say. I love -1. I went to see it with my little brother and his girlfriend, and I cried at the end. Oh my goodness, no, we all did. My entire family cried. Like, it was, oh my gosh, what an absolutely, like, traumatic, but also just such a good ending. Yeah, man, I really, really liked that movie. In fact, I was actually really disappointed because they re-released it in black and white, and I didn't get the chance to go see it in theaters in black and white, but I would have loved to see it in black and white. Being the movie also made my heart beat in fear. Yeah, no, for real. What's crazy is, so we actually we had a really crazy experience when we went to see it the first time, because we saw it in theaters, but they told us the wrong movie theater when we went to see it. So we ended up seeing the first 5 minutes of a different movie. And then my dad was like, wait, this doesn't seem like the right movie. So he left the room and came back and was like, yeah, they literally told us the wrong theater. So we entirely missed that first scene the first time we saw the movie. We entirely missed that first scene. And then when we went back to see it the second time, everything made so much more sense. Not that I like it still made sense, but like it was such a different experience witnessing that first scene versus not witnessing that first scene. And so we were oh my god, it was so much better. But yeah, that was like it was crazy. What a way to open a movie, honestly. But yeah. No, I that is genuinely one of my favorite movies I've ever seen. Like I have held true to that I do think to this day one of the best movies I've watched, especially in the theater. Faux show. Godzilla's attacking Ginzo was also an experience watching. Oh, absolutely. Oh my god, yeah. For sure. No, it oh my god, like it was so surreal. There are some scenes in the way that they filmed that like especially in the theater it genuinely feels like you're there. And like I feel like at this point with movie theaters being around so long, I feel like it's really hard to get that feeling. Like I feel like it's not as common as it used to be, if that makes sense. And like oh my goodness, that was just a crazy experience. I can't wait for -0. Yeah, they are making another one, right? Yeah, I heard about that. I was like, wait, really? I mean, like, I could see it. I mean, like, it makes sense considering like how big the first one was. Like, I'm not surprised, but I will always trust the Japanese studios making them way more than I'll trust the American studios. Because again, like, I think the first we talked about this the other day, but I thought the first Godzilla and then King of the Monsters was fantastic, but since then I just couldn't get behind it personally. Yo, Inky, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope you have an absolutely wonderful rest of your night, and we will see you later. Sleep well, sleep well. Let's see here. File export. No, fuck you. Come on now. There we go. Okay, we've gotten all of them exported. Now let me go ahead and transfer them real quick. They're in a usable place. People there's a second monster in -0. I honestly didn't even know that there was a second monster in -0. I truly don't know anything about it at all, besides that I heard that they're making another one, and that is the extent of what I've heard and witnessed. So yeah, no, I know genuinely nothing about it. And to be honest, I kind of want to go into it completely blind because I know it's going to be good. Like the last one was stunning. So I know this one's going to be good. I kind of just want to go into it completely blinded, not knowing anything. I feel like if I know anything, it's not ruin it for me, but like I feel like it'll hurt the experience, if that makes sense, you know? Okay, we're gonna add those images. Hopefully this actually works. Let's see. Okay, it doesn't look like it pull. Oh, did it pull anything out? I don't think it did. But where are the new images? Oh wait, did I just upload the same images? No, should be the new ones. Hello? Hello? Where are my images? Does it not take PNG? There's no way it doesn't take PNGs. I don't believe that for a second. Oh my god, I think all the ones that worked are JPEGs. There's no way. No, there's some PNGs in here. So then where are my images? Hello? Bruh, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. Where are my hello? Click here to add images. Yeah. Add additional images to the tier list template. Please let me add additional images. Oh, because I did use the same images. I'm stupid. I'm actually dumb. Okay, please add those images. That should have fixed it. I think we're good. Hopefully. We good? There we go. Okay, thank God. All right, last 47, chat. We're in the final stretch. Here we go. Okay, we've got Ico Incarnation. This is another show that I watched during streams, during work at my lunch breaks. And to be honest with you, I feel like I was less than impressed. I do remember the concept of it being cool. I don't remember much about the show though. I remember liking it, but I don't remember liking it a ton, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? So I probably, just because I genuinely don't remember, I'm gonna put it at the bottom of B and kind of leave it there. I would say, regarding a singular point, the show is very pseudo-science heavy. The entire dialogue is just science explanation. If you're into that, you would enjoy Godzilla. Okay, fair enough. That's understandable. Yeah, maybe. I might give it a shot if I have the time. As I said, I don't really watch anime on my own very much anymore, like ever. But if I do get the chance, then I'll definitely, like, it's something I'll keep in mind for sure. Faux show. Okay. Let's see. We got Ancient Mage's Bride, dude. This is going in S tier. I feel like I don't need to explain. Ancient Mages is, as if you've seen it, you know it's beautiful. It is a spectacular story. A beautifully animated tale of wonder and fantasy. And as somebody who doesn't typically like fantasy, me putting that in S tier is like huge, by the way. I just want y'all to know I'm not usually a fantasy person in general. And yeah, man, I would absolutely S tier that show. Black Butler, as we were talking about before, I feel like I would have enjoyed it more if I was younger, but I'm probably just gonna put it like here. I think it was fine. It's just not. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't think it was great. Black Fox, I feel like was a pretty generic movie. I really wanted it to be good. I loved the design, the street. Like, here's the thing, guys. If you want me to love something, just put the characters in streetwear. That's all you really got to do. I'm gonna be honest. It's pretty simple. And so that's something that I really enjoyed this movie. And I saw like the promo stuff, and I thought it was gonna be really cool. Mind you, I do think the movie was cool, but I think it's also relatively generic. It wasn't doing anything super out of the box. I kind of want to watch it again, to be honest, and maybe get like a better idea. But I do remember liking it. It just was relatively generic. So I'm probably gonna put it like here. But I feel like, yeah, I don't know. I liked it. Okay, Blend S, super cute show. Again, very tropey, but very funny. A very early, like, for me, a very a harem show I watched relatively early on in my anime experience, and I thought it was really fun. I really liked it. So I would probably pop it. Ooh, where would I put it? I'd probably put it like down here. I think that's fine. I think it's still B worthy, I think, but like not like crazy good, if that makes sense. Next up, what is this one? What are you? Who are you? Let me look. Blue Lock. Okay. I know we were talking about the Blue Lock season 2 anime. I will say this, guys. I've never seen season 2 of Blue Lock. So based solely off of season 1 of Blue Lock, I think I'd have to put this relatively high, actually. Blue Lock was a really good sports anime. It was a lot of fun. And like, again, without including season 2, I'd probably have to put it up here. To be honest, I thought like season 1 was really good. So I'm definitely gonna keep it up there. Okay, Willow. You know what time it is. It's bungo time, baby. We are popping bungo up here. We know bungo's got to go up. You know, bungo's going up, up, up. It's our moment because it's so good. What can I say, man? Bungo seasons 1 through 3 were already fire. I hear that it's, you know, awesome further on too. So yeah, we're definitely putting that way up. Also, I just realized, where's the bungo movie? Where did I put that? Oh, it's here. Yeah, I was gonna say, I really like the bungo movie too. Citrus. This was my first experience with Yuri anime. And honestly, I don't really remember it. I remember people telling me it's bad. I don't remember remembering it being bad. But maybe that's just because it was trashy Yuri. I really don't know. I'm gonna put it like here. I genuinely don't really remember it very much, but I do remember liking it, even though other people say that it was bad. So I don't know. Another absolutely S tier anime, Cowboy Bebop. Enough said, dude. I feel like I don't really have to say much about this. I am going to reorient these a little bit, though. I will say that. I like. Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. I like Citrus, but if it wasn't for the essay scenes, I would have liked it more. Oh, see, I don't see that. Maybe that's why I don't remember. I don't remember that. Oh God. Okay, maybe I should have a different opinion of Citrus. Maybe I have to watch Citrus again to understand why I should not like Citrus as much as I do. Okay, yeah, as I said, I don't really remember it. It's just I remember liking it. That's fair. No, that's very fair. Okay. Understandable. Next up, speaking of edgy romance, we've got Domestic Girlfriend. Okay, I know you guys hate this. I really liked Domestic Girlfriend. I'm gonna put it up like here. I really liked Domestic Girlfriend. I know it was a crazy premise, but I liked it, and I'm not explaining that any further. Elfen Lied, I have to be completely 150 billion% honest. I don't remember a single moment of this show. And so I'm gonna put it, and I don't remember anything. I would rate it, but I genuinely can't remember it. And what's funny is it's like considered such a huge show. Like it's got such a huge following, and I genuinely just don't remember it at all. So there's that. Next up we have Erased. A show that I keep forgetting I watched, to be honest. I do remember it being really interesting though. I genuinely forget the plot. It's something about how like this guy like kept witnessing crimes or something, right? And like so he was trying he's like trying to like oh, God, I really don't remember, dude. I remember it being good. I just don't remember enough of the actual plot. I'm gonna probably put it just because I feel like it deserves it because it's so legendary. I'm gonna put it in like lower B. It would probably be higher if I remembered the plot, but I just don't. In a similar vein, Eureka 7 was actually one of the first anime I ever watched. I watched, I think, like 15 episodes of it and never got any further than that. I've actually tried to go back to it, but then I realized that I didn't know what was happening, so I tried to watch it over from the beginning and only got a couple episodes in before I just stopped. I don't think it's bad. I think it's supposed to be pretty good. I just don't really remember. So I'm going to put it down here with some of the ones that are kind of in that category where it's like, oh, I remember it being decent, but like, I just don't really remember the show. Let's see what else we have here. Oh my gosh, we're back on more Fate. We've got Fate Go Absolute Demonic Front Babylonia. Babylonia, I also didn't finish this arc. I thought it was fine. I think I liked the actual game's story better. But yeah, I don't know. Like again, with anything Fate, the animation's usually really good. I don't know. I wasn't particularly interested in the Babylonia storyline. So I'm gonna drop it pretty low, I think. Maybe not as low as Death Note, but I'm gonna put it like down here for sure. Because I just don't remember I just don't remember it being very good. I did, however, like the Fate Go First Order anime because I thought it was pretty interesting to just see them actually animate the opening from Fate Grand Order. So I did like that. I don't think I'd put it in A, but I'd probably throw it in like a low B, I guess. Um, or maybe a high C. I'll throw it in a low B. That's fine. I think also again we're gonna have to start moving things down, because see, I think the beginning of Darling in the Franxx doesn't afford a D rank though, whereas I think this does. Black Butler could drop. I don't think Ico would drop too, but I think I would probably drop Code Geass to a C. Yeah, we could drop that. This Blendes, I don't know. Could Blendes stay in B? I don't know. I'm having a hard time keeping Blendes in C. I think Evil or Live needs to drop to F. Because that was so bad. It was so bad. You want I can recommend better Yuri animes later. Yeah, I was gonna say I do have a suggestion box in my Discord server, by the way. If you ever want to recommend me something, and I'm not on stream or something, because I'm gonna be honest, if you say it on stream and I don't write it down, I'll probably forget. But if you put it in the suggestion box, and it doesn't have to be something stream related, it can be really anything. But if you want to drop it in there, it's always helpful so that I'll have like a place to go back to and refer to. You know what I mean? So definitely like, if it's something you think of anytime, just let me know. Just drop a pin if you want. I'm probably going to drop Ico down to C. I feel like 4 rows of B is probably it'll probably expand a little bit, but 3 rows of C makes sense. I feel like, okay, let's see. Fire Force. Oh boy. I've only seen the first like season and a half of Fire Force, but I do actually think it's really compelling. There's definitely been some weird moments. There's some characters that are a little eh to best describe it, but I do like Fire Force quite a bit. And I think it's quite fun. A lot of honestly, the main characters are pretty cool. I really like the concept of the main character smiling as like a nervous habit. So he does it when he's scared or like when he's angry and stuff. I think that's really cool. It really kind of adds this air of oddity to it, if that makes sense. I'll probably put that below Mashal, I think. Maybe even below this. It's funny that it's right next to Soul Eater, by the way. But that's besides the point. Where's the suggestion box? Let me check. I believe it is in the city checkpoint in the top section. It should just be labeled as suggestions. Yeah, and I think everybody should have access to it, so it should be open. But yeah, it's in the city checkpoint section, which is the top section. And you can throw in suggestions there. All right, what's next? We've got Fireworks. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is an anime movie that I actually went to see in theater with my sister, and we both came out of it very confused. The ending of this movie is weird to say the least. So yeah, I would definitely I don't know. It was very beautifully animated. I will say that for sure, but it was just I don't know, man. It was weird. And that's probably the best thing I could say about it. Like I don't know, the ending was just not great. It was fine. Again, if it was just watching it for the animation, it would be really great. But I think it was relatively mid otherwise. I don't see it anywhere. That's strange. It should okay, so it should be in the city checkpoint. I believe you're in here. I mean, again, it should be open access to everyone. I will say, that you may want to check the browse channels section because you may have like ticked it to close it or something. If you go to the browse channels section at the top of the server, you should be able to like go through and make sure you have it unlocked. But yeah, it should be there. I think everybody I mean, if you have the role in the server, the Chooms role, which is like the default role after verifying, then you should have it. Although I'm looking at it now and it's like weirdly kind of fuck. I'm looking and everybody like all the people with the Chooms role should have it. So let me take a look real quick. I got it. Okay, yeah, okay. I just want to make sure. Yeah, because I mean, again, I'm relatively new to the like Discord management stuff because they keep changing it. They changed it a lot since the last time I made a Discord server. So it's been interesting trying to set it all up and everything. But yeah. Okay, next up we've got fully coolly or progressive. I haven't watched alternative yet. Progressive was interesting. I really liked the new girl in progressive. I will say that. I don't remember a whole lot more about the show, but I do remember really liking the new pro tag. I I think it was a lot more casual. I think it was just more of the same fully coolly, to be honest, which I like. I think that makes sense. I think that's kind of what people were probably looking for from a fully coolly progressive, or like, a fully coolly expansion. Yeah, I don't really have much more to say about it than that. I think it was more fully coolly. And I think that's fine. I liked the MC more than the one from the first one, but that's probably just because it was a girl instead of a guy. To be honest, I don't know if there was a whole lot of thought behind that brain. Next up, we've got Full Metal Alchemist, which again is one of the first shows I ever watched. Unfortunately, I don't really remember FMA very well. It's been a very long time since I watched. I mean, it's been almost 10 years. So it's been a long time since I watched FMA, and I do remember really enjoying it. I just don't really remember the story very much. I don't think I would drop it in S tier just because it doesn't, to me, it doesn't compare to a lot of these shows from what I remember. But I could definitely see myself putting it pretty high. I think I'd probably put it here. I think I'll put it there. I might even put it a little higher than that, like there. I think that's fair. I think that's probably where I would put it, relatively speaking. Next up, we've got Food Wars. I have watched a lot of Food Wars. I haven't watched all of it, but I've watched the first like 4 seasons. And let's be honest, anything more is going to be more of the same vibe, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. I think generally it's very cool. The artwork is really nice. The the plot can be quite interesting sometimes. And the things that happen are a little wacky sometimes. But besides that, you see, I think it's a pretty fun show, all things considered. I would probably not put it super high. I think it's like, okay, I'll probably put it like, there was a point where I really, really liked Food Wars, but I think it's come down quite a bit in my like overall rating. So I'll probably put it like there. Next up is Fruits Basket. Honestly, Fruits Basket was super cute. I never finished it. This is the remake, by the way. I've never watched the original. I don't know. I really liked Fruits Basket, but I don't know. I don't really remember a whole lot about it. I think it was just a cute little slice of life show. And I just genuinely don't really remember a whole lot. I guess it wasn't quite slice of life because it was pretty fantastical, but it's like, yeah, I don't know. I just don't really remember it very well. That's the only problem I have. And like, I think that's fine. But yeah, I don't know. I'd probably throw it like there. The God of High School, really, really cool fighting anime. Unfortunately, I think it suffered a lot from just like doing a bunch of things that made no sense and never really explaining anything. Like there was just a lot of weird stuff going on in that show. A lot of characters that like were supposed to be just normal humans that were also just like super soldiers. Like it was super crazy. I think the concept was interesting, but I feel like the concept also was rooted in so many things that just were never explained or make any sense. And so because of that, I'm definitely gonna have to drop it lower. I think I'm probably gonna put it, I'll put it with like Inishiki. I feel like those, in terms of like making sense, are right around the same place. Now we've got Grand Blue, which is a show I actually really enjoy. It's a great comedy. It's really fun. It's really goofy and silly. But like the characters are really like genuinely fun. They have some really cool heart-to-heart moments. And it's, just a good old time in the water, So I'll drop that. I definitely, I might even put that higher in A, to be honest. I really like that show. But yeah. Next up, we've got Hell's Paradise, a recent favorite of mine. I was literally watching it earlier today with Jamie and Farah. We've been working our way through season 2. Well, we're now caught up with season 2. But yeah, I've been really enjoying Hell's Paradise. It is such a chaotic and sometimes really nasty, but like really well animated and really like interesting story wise. There's aspects to it that give me like Naruto slash Bleach vibes, where like, you know, they're all swordsmen, but they also have like like powers in different ways. But like, I don't know, it's just really intriguing. The enemies are really intriguing as well. The concept of like sending criminals with a supervisor, samurai, with them to an island to discover like the Fountain of Youth is pretty, I feel like, a relatively generic concept of like trying to find the Fountain of Youth, but the rest of it built around it is really interesting. And then like the opening of it and like the way that everything kind of flows out in the story has been really, really interesting. So I'm definitely gonna throw that in. I want to throw it in A, to be honest with you. In recent memory, it's one of my favorite animes I've watched. I'd probably put it. Mm, I'm gonna put it here. I'm gonna put it with Zom. I feel like that's fair. All right, next up we've got a bit of an interesting one. We've got I may be a guild receptionist, but I will solo any boss to clock out on time. I have not watched a whole. I think I've watched maybe like 2 or 3 episodes of this show, but I really, really like the premise. She's just like a super strong warrior, but she doesn't want to tell people that because she doesn't want to be hired for jobs. She just wants to keep working her desk job and do her thing. And people keep taking too dang long. And so she has to stay after work to do extra work. And she's like, you know what? Nah, screw this. I'm going out and hunting these things myself so I can clock out on time. It's so good. And I can't wait to watch more of it because honestly, the premise just is so much fun and I love it. I know it's kind of, again, one of those like seasonal slop kind of vibe animes, but like honestly, the premise is great and it's really fun. And I like when they do that where it's like something that's like relatively simple but also has a unique premise. And again, one of the more fun shows I've watched relatively recently. So I think I'd probably throw this one like here because again, it actually gives me a similar vibe to Executioner as well. So I'll do that. I like that it's a female MC that's the overpowered MC. We get too many that's true. That is absolutely true. And actually, speaking of overpowered female MCs, we've next got I've been killing slimes for 300 years and maxed out my level. This one is so wholesome and so chill for the most part. It's got some weird and crazy stuff going on, but for the most part, it's a really like chill and vibey anime. Again, kind of the seasonal slop vibe, relatively simple animation for the most part, although I will say there are some pretty cool animated scenes in this one. But I really like this. The MC is really, really cute and like wholesome and fun and just like wanting to like vibe with life. But she's also just really cool. And it's the only one of these I've actually finished of these three. So I will put it a little bit higher because I've seen the end of the season and I think it was really nice. I don't know if they'll extend it and do more. They may have already because this was a couple years ago. But I thought the show was really fun. I really liked it. Okay, next up we've got Jujutsu Kaisen. And I know a lot of people are gonna be like, put it in S, put it in S. Guys, no, I'm sorry. I cannot. I've tried on so many occasions to finish season 2 of Jujutsu Kaisen, and I literally can't get myself to do it. Like, I don't know what it is about this show. I just can't get through it. And again, like, I think the animation's good. I think there's some great moments. I think the interpersonal relationships between a lot of the main characters are good. But every time I watch it, I just find myself wishing I was watching Chainsaw Man every single time. And so for that reason, that first of all is one of the reasons why Chainsaw Man is in the upper A for sure. But it's also one of the reasons why I think I'm going to be dropping JJK to, I don't even know, man. I'm going to put it below Code Geass, I think. I think that makes sense for me. I like genuinely I wanted to like JJK. I also think it's way too overhyped and the entire show is way too reliant on Gojo to shine. Like I feel like if Gojo wasn't as attractive to the female gaze and just to anime viewers in general, JJK would be way less popular. I think it would be way, way, way less popular. I also, to be fair, I think that the monsters in JJK are genuinely disgusting. Like the cursed spirits are like actually like gross to look at. A lot of the times, and I don't want to look at them. So yeah, that too. that didn't help. Okay, moving on. We've got Yuru Camp, or Laid Back Camp. I love this show. I watched it when it first came out. It's another cute girls doing cute things show, but it's genuinely so adorable. And it's just a bunch of girls learning to go to camp. And I think it's really, really sweet. Again, I don't think it's doing anything like foundationally like shifting. I don't think anything is going to be changing in the anime meta because of this show, but I think it's just a fun, nice watch. It's a nice show to vibe and chill and you know, have a nice time watching. And that's sometimes all you want, you know? So I'm not complaining. Next up we have Link Click. Guys, those of you who've heard me rant about Link Click, you guys know exactly where this is going. Link Click is going straight up to the top of S. I might even leave it at the first, like, number one. I will say that these first five, honestly, are relatively interchangeable for me. I feel like at any given moment, any one of them could be, you know, number one. Even maybe sometimes a place further in the universe. But like Link Click, I think is genuinely one of, if not my favorite shows. It's just so well written, and Willow can attest to this. I don't know if it's Willow's number one anime by any means, but it's definitely, if it's not mine, it's one of them. It's just it's just a tier above, man. Next up we've got Mob Psycho 100. I've watched the first season of the show. I don't think I ever watched beyond that. Not that I didn't want to necessarily, but like again, it's like, I don't know, the psychic thing just wasn't really all that interesting to me. I know some people who who will live and die by this show. I think it's good, but like I don't know, man. It's good, and that's about the best. Like, I don't really have a whole lot more to say about it. Like, I would say it's probably better than Fate Apocrypha, but I don't think it's better than Little Witch, to be honest. I think Little Witch is better. Sorry. Next up, we've got Oh Maidens in Your Savage Season. This show, I feel like if it came out right now, would be really controversial. Not even really controversial, just like really, I feel like it wouldn't do well because of the premise. The whole concept is that it's basically a bunch of high school girls who are trying to understand sexuality. And again, I also watched this when I was a lot younger, but I think it was actually a really interesting concept for a show. And not in terms of like they're going around banging all the time or stuff like that, but like more just trying to wrap their heads around the feelings that they were having, and like, you know, kind of breaking the taboo, I guess, of like having those conversations when you're younger, because it is important to know these things, whether or not it's, you know, you shouldn't be, you know, doing those things necessarily, but like that it's important to have an understanding of that. Also, like, just in general, I mean, I don't know who all here is from the US, but like the education system is really, really bad about all that stuff. And so, you know, it's one of those things where like it shouldn't be taboo to have conversations that are important, you know? And I feel like that's kind of what this show is trying to address. And I think that, you know, they did a good job with it. The story was actually really interesting. It was obviously like the way that it was advertised was meant to be kind of shocking. Of like, what do you mean? Like, I think the show opened up with the main girl. They were talking about like the things that they would put on their bucket list, and the one girl was like, "I want to have sex," and they were all like, "What? What do you mean?" And it's like, well, I feel like most people, well, not most people, but like I would say a majority of people probably would have that on their bucket list if it wasn't such a, like, you know, taboo thing, I guess. I don't know. It's just, yeah. But yeah, no, I think the show was pretty good. The story again was really interesting, and they did a good job of like telling the story they were trying to tell, I think. Um this one's an interesting one for this list because I've only seen the first two episodes of Oshinoko. The first episode being an hour long and basically a mini movie to set up the premise of the rest of the show. And then I've only really seen like the first episode from there, of like the actual show itself. And I really like the concept. I don't know how it was executed going down the line. I have heard rumors about some things that I really would not like, and I hope that they're not true. But conceptually, Oshinoko seemed really cool. And I loved the music was great. The opening episode was really, really well done. So I think just for that alone, I would probably put it in, like, if I was just to think of it as a movie that was setting up a second movie or something, I'd probably drop it in here. I think it's probably better than Fate Stay Night Heaven's Feel Part 1, but that's besides the point. Next up is Parasite, another show I have not finished. What a surprise. But a show that I really am interested in, like, the concept of, the idea of, like, parasites taking over people and, you know, what would happen to the world. And man, this guy's life is so traumatic. It's crazy. That guy's life was so messed up. But I really do think that the story is really good. I one day I hope to get around to finishing it, because that would be really cool. But you know, we'll see. Let's see. Next up, we've got, oh yeah, this one, Pass the Monster Meat, Milady. I really like this show. It's a really interesting concept of, like, this lady just, you know, wanting to make her monster meat. And also, you know, there's a lot of other stuff going on beyond that, like the political stuff and the stuff with the guy and all these other things. But like that baseline premise is already pretty interesting. And I had a lot of fun watching the show. Yeah, I don't think it was anything super crazy spectacular, but it was definitely fun. And I think it deserves its flowers, you know? I'd probably put it above Gunslinger Girl. I think that's fair. I watched Oshinoko, but I really like that the lady who helped take care of the siblings eventually becomes their mother figure, and she becomes best mother figure from what I hear. Oh, okay, that's fair. Yeah. Understandable. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, let's see. Next up, we've got Ponyo, another Ghibli movie, which I watched, like, very recently, and it's very much so obviously meant to be for children. But I think it was very cute. There was definitely some plot holes, which again, I think because it's a movie for children, I think that's fair. But you know, I'll drop it in here in like a mid to low C. I think that's you know, relatively fair. Again, I think it was good. I just think it's relatively simple as a story. And it had some plot holes that got a little confusing towards the end. But yeah, Ponyo the only Ghibli. Oh my goodness. If you haven't seen Spirited Away, 100% recommend. Would definitely recommend Spirited Away. Again, I know it's like a relatively basic one. I feel like most people have seen it, but if you haven't, it's worth seeing for sure. Especially like as an adult, I think there's a lot of themes in it that like people resonate with at all ages. So I think it's worth seeing. Promised Neverland. Now, guys, I've only seen the first season of Promised Neverland. And I have to tell you, the first season of Promised Neverland, oh my god. That shit's fire, bro. The first season was so good. So yeah, Promised Neverland, because again, I'm just rating it based on the first season, I gotta put it in A rank. It was so good. Just like that first episode twist was so insane, and the rest of the story's plot was so wild from there. And yeah, man, I don't know. I like, as I said, like, it's crazy. I'm gonna put it right next to Kisniver because that's the kind of vibe I got from it. It just, oh, it's so good. I think we're gonna have to start migrating things out of B again because we're getting thick here, and I think we're gonna have to start moving some things down to D, because C is also getting pretty thick. So yeah, we'll see. I recommend Cosmic Princess Kaguya. Oh, I've heard of Cosmic Princess Kaguya. I just have not watched it myself. But I have heard of it, and honestly, it seems pretty cool. I'm gonna have to check it out. Okay, next up we have Isekai Quartet, which is like basically a spoof comedy, like parody, sort of, although it's official, of a bunch of the biggest Isekai games or shows. And all of the characters like combining together. And honestly, it's pretty fun. I don't think it's like, again, it's not breaking any ground, but it was genuinely a fun show to watch, and just a good time. Even with some of the isekai shows that I haven't seen. Actually, I think one of them I started watching because of that. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Okay, nice. So yeah. Next up, we've got Rifle is Beautiful. Once again, it's another cute girls doing cute things show. And honestly, I thought it was fun. Again, not really breaking any ground, but it was a pretty fun little premise of like a bunch of girls going to do a rifle practice for their school rifling team. And it was actually pretty cool. Learned a lot about, like high school like rifle competitions and how they work, the laser rifles and everything. It's pretty sick. It's pretty sick. So definitely into that. It was a fun show. Next up, we've got SAO Alternative GGO. This one, as always, we will be rating higher than SAO. I'm trying to think if I would rate it higher than Alicization or not. It has been a little while, but I really liked the MC. I thought she was really, really fun. And yeah, I don't know. Where did I put Alicization? I think I'd probably put it above Alicization. I think it is better. So I think I'd lock that in. That would be my opinion. What else do we have? Oh my god. Chat. We've got Absolute Cinema. The one and only A Silent Voice. Guys, I gotta tell you, this is, again, one of my favorite all-time anime anything. I've seen this movie, I think, 14 or 15 times now. Every time I watch the movie, I cry at a different point. But I've cried every time. And it's such an amazing story. And such a compelling narrative about not only why people bully, but also like the humanity of it. It's also, I will tell you right now, absolute trigger warnings if you haven't seen it, because it very much so has to do with suicide, suicidal thoughts, self-hatred, depression, self-doubt, anxiety, all that stuff. Very much so. Also, like social anxiety and like severe introvertedness, like all that kind of stuff that is important to keep in mind. But that being said, as someone who has many of those issues, I really felt myself in this story. And sometimes this is one of those shows that I will watch when I'm really feeling in a bad place, because it helps me kind of pick myself up from that. And so if you're looking for something like that, I definitely recommend the movie. It's really, really good. Next up, we've got Sing Yesterday for me, which I believe I rated either a 9 or a 10 on my anime list. I really liked this story. It's the story of two people who are stuck in different points of life. And they just kind of end up crossing paths, and just where that friendship and relationship like flourishes from there. And so I think, God, I'm really tempted to put this in A because I really like it. I'd probably say it's better than GGO. I'm gonna put it up there. I think it's worth watching, and it's a very, very beautiful story. SSSS Gridman, guys, I fell in love with Rika from Gridman. I'm not gonna lie to you. Them thighs were crazy. But besides that, I thought Gridman was really fun. It was a really interesting, like, I will say this is probably the one show that I've ever seen that has the best looking 3D. Or at least the best integration of 3D, because they don't try to hide it necessarily. It just fits, and they do it right. It just feels right in Gridman. And I know they've made a subsequent series, I think, Dynazon, I think. I've never seen that one, but I have been curious. It also very much has like Super Sentai kind of vibes, or like Power Rangers, that kind of thing. And I've never watched those things, but it gave me good vibes. So that's what I would say. Next up, we have the Saga of Tanya the Evil, aka the Nazi loli anime. This is a mess. I genuinely don't think I can, especially given today's day and age, I genuinely don't think I can put this in A or B. I think I have to put this in C just like on a moral prospect. So yeah, like the story was good, but like I just can't support this, man. I can't. I gotta drop this low. I'll put it below Death Note. That's fine. Yeah. Next up, we have the show that haunts Farahino's nightmares, The 100 Girlfriends That Really, 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 Really Love You. Yeah, it's a harem romance anime, dude. That's about all you need to know. It's it's seasonal slop, and I eat that up. What can I say? I'll throw it in low C. I don't honestly. It's probably honestly the show itself, the actual like story and the characters and everything. I like the premise of the guy. What he's like. I'm gonna be ooh with everyone. I'm like, all right, that's kind of stupid. But like honestly, like the actual character interactions and stuff are pretty cute. So I honestly I'd put it above this one to be on. Not above Babylonia. I'd put it above Quintessential Quintuplets. I there are moments from that show I actually do genuinely remember enjoying. And that's about it. Yeah, Farah hated because we had to set up a group watch to watch that show. And we had like 8 of us in the call watching it together. And I kept jokingly being like, all right, Farah, when are we going to keep watching 100 Girlfriends? He's like, so yeah. I refuse to watch this anime. It's not that bad. It's really not. Like, if you're just looking for some romance slop, I think it's perfectly fine. I got no problem with it. Next up, we have The Masterful Cat is depressed again today. I still to this day don't know why it's called that. I know why it's called The Masterful Cat. I don't know why he's depressed. Like, I guess maybe he's depressed because his owner sucks at doing anything. And maybe that's why. But basically, it's just a show about this lady who bought a cat. The cat grew up to be like human size, basically. And now he just takes care of her and does all her like housework and stuff. And she is desperately trying to hide from the world that her cat is massive and takes care of her entire life for her, basically. But it's a really cute show. Again, seasonal show that I didn't end up really finishing, but I think it was sweet. I'll put it in C, I guess, or I'd even put it in upper C because it was just sweet. I got nothing against it. Actually, I'd probably put it below these two, so I'll put it here. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, 2 more, chat. We are very close. We're so close to being done. To Be Hero X. I do think, genuinely, low-genuinely, I would put this in S tier. If not S tier, then high A. Because, like, genuinely, I think To Be Hero X is one of the best animated anime in a very long time. It's one of the most intriguing stories of all time in a very long time. It's been the way that they organized the show and like the way that they kind of broke everything down. The advertising around this show was insane. As I said, again, the animation's crazy. Like I would say animation comparable to the levels of K-pop Demon Hunters and the Spider-Verse movies. Like that's the kind of animation tier we're talking about. Even like Arcane, that kind of vibe. A lot of the show, and I'm not saying it's that style, but it's like that level of attention to detail and care and love poured into it. And that's beyond the fact that the story is fantastic. The twists are awesome. The way that the characters interact with each other is so awesome. Like it's very, very, very worth watching. And that's all I'll say about that. I would say, generally speaking, if there's anything on this list that you guys should watch, Link Click and To Be Hero X are the top of my suggestions. And Koei no Katachi, A Silent Voice. Those 3 for sure are the biggest ones I recommend. Followed by pretty much everything else in the S tier. Because I just love them all. And then very last, but definitely not least, our short stack queen, the one and only Toradora. I'm going to be throwing Toradora in A. It's probably one of my favorite romances, but even beyond romances, it's just such a great show. I don't even know what else to say about it. It's such a well done show. I really do love it. I think it's absolutely worth um the care and love that went into it. But genuinely, the story is great. And I think that I think everybody could find something to enjoy in Toradora. But yeah, that's gonna be the end of the tier list, chat. We have been going for almost 5 hours, and we have now categorized every single anime I have ever watched. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. I think what's our total count between movies and TV shows? Our full count is 173. So yeah, quite a lot. Quite a lot. I will be dropping this tier list in my Discord as well. If you guys want to check it out, you're welcome to do so. Yeah, with all that being said, I hope you all had fun. I guess we're gonna have to find somebody to raid now. Because that's pretty much the wrap of the stream. That's the play. That's what we're doing. So let's go ahead and find somebody. Maybe we got somebody, since we don't really stream around this time on Sunday too often. Maybe somebody new, perhaps. Oh, we could raid Hazumi. She's doing GTA. Oh, she's doing RP though. I don't really want to interrupt that. That's okay. Let's see. Oh, you know what? We could raid Tiho. We never get to raid Tiho. Let's raid Tiho. Somebody I used to do edits for, actually. But yeah, let's go give them some love. As always, you guys are welcome to grab this raid or sub raid messages. I'm also gonna go ahead and get the what is it? Socials. Yeah, that's the one. If you guys want to grab the social links, you can check out any of my socials there. You can also check out my commissions page if you guys are ever looking for someone to do art commissions or as well as video editing, ASMR commissions, anything like that. I would be happy to work with you. It is also kind of my full-time job now. So please, I could use all the help that we could get. So yeah, if you guys know anybody or whatever, I would, and want to send them my way, I would absolutely really appreciate it. That would be really, really kind of you. And I will see you guys Tuesday for Withering Waves, I guess. Yeah, we're gonna be doing some woo-wah. So yeah, I will see you guys then. Have a wonderful night. Yeah, I will see you guys on Tuesday. Have a good night, guys. Doses. Later.